welcome to KRIHS and OECD Seminar 2024 Knowledge Exchange Seminar of Geospatial Data Sciences. Especially welcome, President, good to see you, and warm welcome to our distinguished guest speakers from OECD today. We would like to thank all of you on behalf of KRIHS, especially those of you who are coming from OECD, made a long trip for this event, as well as KRIHS researchers who made an effort to share your research outcomes with us today. Before we begin, I would like to also welcome all of you who are joining us on Zoom and also YouTube live streaming. The YouTube live streaming wasn't supposed to be scheduled for today, but we decided to do it. So you're more than welcome to join us live streaming on YouTube. Also, for those who join us on Zoom, feel free to leave your comment on chatting room during Q&A session. But please make sure that you make yourself muted during the entire session. Let me briefly give you how today's session will be running. We have 3 sessions. In the morning and after lunch, we have 2 sessions held. Each session has 3 speakers, and some of them will be joining online. So for those who are joining us on Zoom, who would like to have or raise questions or comments to online speakers, please make sure that you leave your comments while the online speaker is present, because some of them may leave after their presentation. And for those who are joining us on Zoom, for your portrait right, just in case if you are uncomfortable showing your face on Zoom, you may turn off your camera and feel free to join us. After opening remarks, we're going to have a short time of photo session for 5 minutes. For those who are joining us on Zoom, please bear us for 5 minutes patiently. And those who are joining us offline here in this auditorium, you may feel free to raise your questions during Q&A session in Korean, because we will be supporting you for translation. For those who are joining us on YouTube live streaming, unfortunately, we won't be able to respond to your questions. It's only for Zoom participants on and offline. Yeah, I think that's about it. So let's begin. Let us welcome President of KRIHS, Dr. Kyo-won Shim, for his welcoming remarks.
예, 안녕하십니까 여러분. 국토연구원과 OECD가 함께하는 2024년 지식교류 세미나에 참석해 주신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 국토연구원 원장 심교원입니다. 오늘 이렇게 여러분과 함께 이 자리에 설 수 있어 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 이번 세미나의 주제인 공간 모빌리티 데이터 기반의 국토공간 이해는 지금 우리가 깊이 고민해야 할 주제입니다. 세상이 점점 복잡해지고 서로 긴밀히 연결되면서 데이터 기반의 증거에 기반한 정책이 그 어느 때보다 중요해지고 있습니다. 국토연구원은 그동안 각종 빅데이터와 AI를 활용한 정책 연구에 힘써왔습니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 그간의 성과와 경험을 여러분과 공유하게 되어 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 이번 세미나는 단순한 모임을 넘어 그간의 성과를 되돌아보고 새로운 아이디어를 함께 나누며 앞으로의 협력 가능성을 탐색하는 자리입니다. 특히 오늘 세미나에서는 인구 감소나 기후 변화를 전제로 한 장래 인구 변화, 국토 공간 구조 진단, 모빌리티 기반 국토 문제 해결 등 여러 도전적인 주제를 함께 고민하게 될 것입니다. 이러한 논의를 통해 데이터를 기반으로 국토와 사회를 더 깊이 이해하고 실질적인 해법을 모색할 수 있는 중요한 계기가 될 것으로 기대합니다. 오늘 세미나에서 활발한 논의가 이루어져 새로운 아이디어가 많이 나오고 서로에게 오래 기억될 좋은 인연도 만들어지길 바랍니다. 열린 대화 속에서 혁신적인 해결책이 자주 나오는 만큼 이 자리에 계신 여러분께서도 적극적으로 의견을 나눠주시길 바랍니다. 다양한 데이터가 무수히 쏟아지는 오늘날 이런 통찰을 어떻게 활용하느냐가 더 더 나은 정책을 만드는 데 중요한 열쇠가 될 것입니다. 다시 한번 이 특별한 자리에 함께해 주신 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 특히 세미나를 준비해 주신 연사분들과 모든 관계자분들께 깊이 감사드립니다. Especially thank you for the head of division, Dr. Rudiger Arend, and coordinator, Dr. Claudia Barangelli. Thank you. 오늘의 이 자리가 모두에게 의미 있고 뜻깊은 경험이 되기를 바라며 앞으로 이어질 소중한 논의들을 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Next will be followed by welcoming remarks by Dr. Rudiger Arend. Please, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear President Shim. It is a great pleasure for me to be here in Sejong today. My name is Rudiger Arend. I'm from the OECD in Paris. It is also a great honor for me to welcome you to this seminar on geospatial data sciences, which has been jointly organized by KRIHS and the OECD. I would like to take the opportunity to first thank President Shim and KRIHS for hosting this seminar today, and more generally for their overly generous hospitality during our stay here in Sejong. My special thanks go to Dr. Myung-ga Bwang for the excellent cooperation in organizing this seminar and for very welcoming to us here in Sejong. The combination of rapidly changing societal dynamics, long-term demographic changes, such as depopulation and aging, as well as environmental challenges have led to increasingly complex interaction mechanisms. To be effective, policies need evidence and knowledge that is granular, timely, and relevant. The role of the OECD Geospatial Lab, together with its members, is to promote the knowledge production and exchange, facilitating the uptake of novel data and innovative methodologies that can help inform the policymaking process. And here I would like to thank KRIHS, in particular Dr. Yuan Chang, who have been doing an excellent job in leading one of the work streams of the Geospatial Lab, the one on alternative data sources. Today's seminar will help highlight the intersection of demographic analysis, urban planning, and technological advancements in addressing the complex and challenges that we face today. The presentations will cover research work developed by national agencies, research institutes, and international organizations, bringing together different geographical perspectives and cutting-edge methodologies to answer the most pressing policy questions of today. The exchange will help us further refine our research agenda. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you all a very fruitful workshop today.
Thank you, Dr. Rudiger. Now it's time for us to have a quick photo session. I would like to invite all the participants here today. Would you like to come forward on the stage to have a photo, please? Everyone, please. According to the schedule, we have about 5 minutes breaks before we start, so you may have a bit of free time. Get your coffee if you want to. The coffees and drinks and snacks are provided at the back. More than welcome to have it. Okay, welcome back everyone. Let's start the first session. It will be held under the title of Future Population Changes and Their Impact. Today, the first presenter is from China. He's the professor of Shanghai University. Let us welcome Professor Liwen Jiang. He's going to talk about his presentation based on population scenarios for US states consistent with shared socioeconomic pathways. Please welcome Professor Jiang. He's going to join us on Zoom today, so please bear this in your mind.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will share my screen now. Do it again. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, Professor, we are perfectly well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to share our work on the US states population scenarios consistent with the shared socioeconomic pathway. SPs are the new socioeconomic scenarios developed by the IPCC for climate change research. It was designed to assess challenges to adaptation, coping with climate change impacts on the horizontal axis, the challenges to mitigation, reducing emission on the vertical axis. In the scenario space, SSP2 in the middle represents a word of the middle of the road. SP1 on the bottom left is a word of sustainability. SP3 on the upper right is a regional rivalry scenario, representing a word lacking collaboration. Along the anti-diagonal is SP5 on the upper left, representing a fast and conventional growth. On the bottom right, SP4 is a word with a high inequality between and within countries. To quantify the SP scenarios, a number of demographic variables are included as the core elements, including projections of population size, age structure, education, attainment, and urban-rural distribution, along with the other variables such as GDP, energy, and land use technology, and governance. For each SSPs, assumptions on future changes in population, urbanization, GDP growth, and education are made for high, middle, and low-income groups. For instance, under SP2, population growth are assumed to be medium for all countries. Under SP3, low population growth is assumed for low and middle income, but high for the high income groups. Under SP5, the assumptions are just opposite. This chart shows the results of quantitative projection of population, which is in red, urbanization in purple, mean year of schooling in green, and per capita GDP in blue for the whole world under each SSPs. All the projections were conducted for individual countries. This chart only shows the global aggregate results. The projection results are used as the basic SSP market scenarios. With the basic global SSP projections, the IPCC Integrated Assessment Modeling Consortium encourages the research communities to develop the extended SSP for subnational regions based on their socioeconomic and demographic contexts, because climate actions need information to reflect local conditions and to be compatible with global change, climate change, and socioeconomic changes. There are some efforts to downscale the basic projections to grid cells in order to provide spatial population projections. However, the direct downscaling from national projections ignored subnational variations, especially for big countries like the US. The spatial downscaling results are available now. This chart shows an example of downscaling of the US population, national population under SP2 to grid cells with a resolution of 1 kilometer. People use the spatial graded population overlay with the state administrative boundaries, scale them up to derive state level population. For instance, the aggregate population of Colorado under SP2 is about 6.2 million by 2050. However, the upscaled downscaling results basically assume the population of all states follow the same national trends, ignoring the large variations across states. As a result, the aggregate population changes from downscaled population between 2010 and 2050 are almost identical for all states. But we know in reality, there are some large demographic heterogeneity across US states. This graph shows the differences in life expectancy at birth in 2010 for all states. The red dots represents the life expectancy for female and the blue for male. The national average is about 81 for female and 76 for male. However, the life expectancy is as high as 84 years for Hawaiian women and as low as 71 for Mississippi men. Similarly, the fertility rates also differ across states. While most states have already been under the replacement level in 2010, Alaska and Utah still had a TFR close to 3. The difference is not only for the total fertility rate, but also reflected in age-specific fertility rates. This graph on the left shows the fertility rates of women by age. The fertility is much higher and earlier in Utah, which is in blue, than in New York in orange. More importantly, migration flows differ substantially across states. This graph on the left are the age and gender specific migration rates between New York and Florida. The rates for migration from New York to Florida are significantly higher than the rates from Florida to New York. And the former includes a very high migration rates among the elderly population, while for the latter, the rates is much lower. The graph on the right are the migration rates between New York and California. The rates from New York to California is much higher than the rates from California to New York. Moreover, the population composition by age and gender are also significantly different across states from the base year 2010. It is much younger in Utah than in Colorado, while New York is relatively old and also has a large share of young adults because it receives many young international migrants. The large differences of population in the base year, combined with the variations in fertility, mortality, and migration rates, will lead to significantly different demographic future for the US states. Therefore, state-level population projections are needed. To project population changes for the states, the cohort component model can be used and is usually used. Population by age and sex will increase through fertility, but decrease by mortality. In and out migration also contribute to the changes. This is pretty straightforward. However, the single region cohort component model produces the results for each state separately, which can easily lead to unreasonable results. For instance, the sum of state-level projections is usually much larger than the national level projection because state-level projections by the state government agencies intend to overstate immigration in order to produce growing population for political and economic reasons. To avoid such inconsistency, we develop a multi-regional model to simultaneously project the population changes for all states and the US as a whole. The model projects state population by age and gender, starting from the base year, allow it changes through fertility and mortality. It considers all migration from the state to all other 50 states, and in-migration to the state from all other states. It also includes the international migrants. Through the bilateral migration flows between the states the model link all states into an integrated system and project the changes by single year step for all states and the whole country into the future. As inputs for the multi-regional population projection, we need a base year population, the age and gender profiles of mortality, fertility, and especially migration for all states. The data requirement is quite intensive, to be honest. And fortunately, we have the data in the US. To make future scenarios, we also need to assume changes in demographic trends in TFR, life expectancy, domestic migration rates, and the number of international migrants. The future assumptions are made based on historical records and to be consistent with the global national SSP scenarios. On the left is the assumed changes in TFR. The black line is from the historical data. Green line is the original global SSP scenarios for the US, which was conducted in 2013 using 2005 as the base year. While it has 5 scenarios, we include here only SP2, SP3, and SP5. The blue line is our new assumptions, updating the fertility data for 2010 and 15 based on the recent statistics. On the right are the assumptions on the net international migrants following the original global SSP assumptions, but differing for the years beyond 2050. Because the original global SSPs assume the international migrants will drop from 2050 to 0 by the end of the century. In our projections, we assume it will remain unchanged after 2050 for SP2 and SP5, and believe this would be more reasonable. For domestic migration, we assume the migration rates under SP2 will stay the same after 2010 for the rest of the century. For SP5, the rates will double by 2035, a level similar in the 1980s, and remain unchanged afterwards. For SP3, we assume the rates to be halved by the end of the century, basically follow the recent trend. Our projection produced national population between 250 and 650 million, a slightly smaller range than the global national population projection because of the updated information and the differences in our assumption. On the right is the projection for Colorado in blue, comparing to the results from aggregating downscaling population rates in orange. It represents a larger population based because the aggregating results assume the same demographic trends for all states, while in fact Colorado gained larger population from migration flows, which cannot be accounted in the national population projection. So compared to the aggregated population rates on the right, which shows very little difference in population changes between states, our state-level population projection reveal remarkable variations in population changes during the period of 2010 and 2050 under SP2. This slide shows the population changes between 2010 and 2050 on the left, and between 2010 and 2100 on the right, on the 3 SPs. Under SP2, the variation across states increase by the end of the century. SP3, is a slow population growth scenario, shows negative growth for majority of the states, especially by 2050, especially for northeast and central, north central, and the negative growth for almost all states by the end of the century, except Utah and North Dakota. Under SP5, a high growth scenarios, almost all states experience population growth except Alaska. The changes are not, the difference is not represented in the changes of total population, but also the changes in population age and gender composition. This graph shows the projected population composition by age and gender by the end of the century for different SPs, for New York, the up row, and Utah, the bottom. While Utah population stays young, especially under SP5, New York will experience rapid aging, especially under SP3. This graph shows the changes in proportion of elderly population aged 70 or above by 2050 and 2100 for different SPs. We see different trends under different scenarios and large variations across states. And for the time's sake, I skip the detail. The state level population projection can be downscaled to grid cells using the downscaling model. This graph shows the results for New York and Colorado. The graph on the right was the results downscaled from national population projection, while the left are the results downscaled from state population projection. We see reduced graded population for New York and the increased population for Colorado, mainly because New York lose population from domestic migration, while Colorado gain population from migration. The model results can also reveal the driving forces of population changes for the states. This graph shows the changes in annual net migration for different regions from all other regions under SP2. The right line is for all, the right line is from the south, purple, from the Middle West, green, from the northeast, and the blue from the west. For instance, the south receive migrants from all other regions, most significantly from the northeast, while the west gain population from the Middle West and northeast, but lose population to the south. In the future, the numbers will diminish, the numbers will diminish and converge to zero. To conclude, we produced the first set of SSP-based state-level population projections. The multi-regional model proved to be an adequate method to account for the cross-states population dynamics and produce consistent results for all states and across global, national, and local levels. The results produce the producer results showing the regional variation in population size, composition, and demographic driving forces, and therefore demographically differentiated challenges for climate changes. In the next step, we would further develop a climate-sensitive model that considers climate change impacts on population dynamics. With this, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Zhang, for your excellent presentation shared with us. It is a very interdisciplinary research outcome correlation with various socioeconomic factors. Surely, I'm sure your presentation will be very successful and meaningful implication for Korea. Like country like Korea, we also encounter various issues with population and transition. Thank you. And I think, it's slightly earlier than we expected time for the second presentation, but we would still welcome Professor Kim from Korea University for our second presenter. He's going to talk about the title with Beyond Shrinking Numbers, Forecasting Vulnerability to Extreme Events in South Korea's Aging Population. Over to you, Professor.
Very good. Thank you for such a nice introduction. And this is Sejong Kim. I'm very much honored to be here to present some of my work before you. And as far as I remember, I have 20 minutes, right? Okay. So it's O Kim. You can call me O. Very simple. And I've prepared four items for today. So hopefully it doesn't go, each of them doesn't go more than 5 minutes. First, I'm gonna introduce to the basic demographic structure of South Korea and why it is important to understand the migration here towards Seoul. And I'm a geographer and I teach environment and population and spatial demography at the university, and the third will be my research interests. So considering population dynamics and climate change. It has a lot of connections with Professor Zhang Lewin. Actually, he's a very amazing researcher. I get to expose to this discipline through his work. And lastly, it will be about gridded population. And this will be of some overlap with Professor Zhang and also a lot of work at KRIHS as well. Okay, we know we're at, just to give you a heads up, South Korea, North Korea, and China and Japan. And this is my favorite figure produced by from the report of Statistics Korea. It's in Korean, so the red translations are done by me. Feel free to go through it. You see some cavities and shows a Korean history after the World War II, and the Korean War, and the boomers, and so on. What really matters the most these days is that we have a very radically shrinking youth population here. So, and this figure shows the entire history of us at the national level. And of course, it's very important to work on the sub-national level. That will be my research interest. But unlike the government, unlike Statistics Korea, since I'm a geographer, I don't really, and I'm a professor, so I don't really have to always respect the law. So if you see Seoul as a city, this red dashed boundary indicates the city boundary, but not as a region, right? And you see, I'm not sure all of you, those from OECD might experience the metro system of Seoul, but it's huge, right? If I take a subway from Korea University, I can come to as close as Sejong simply by metro to Asan, right? And Sejong is down here. And you can see that the metro system goes over from Seoul and Gyeonggi province and South Chungcheong province, right? It's likely that Sejong will be part of the Seoul metro system someday, right? That's what I would hope. So in my research, Seoul as a region, it's huge. It's worth like 40% of the national population. And the oldest huge cities, including Sejong, is worth 74% of the national population. And it is finer resolution in terms of space compared to the government data. So it represents the terrain as well. The darker pixels of this side of the right side of the figure indicates the elevation. So these areas are very mountainous, and it means lack of population, and that's why we don't have huge cities around those neighborhoods. So primarily this is the data sets that I've been working on. Took years and published some years ago. And sorry, I have to shift to another figure because it's rather large. This is aging, so darker means it's more aged, older population. So you can see the trends. So remote areas have more older populations. This is the change of total populations. Red indicates the increase in change. The blue indicates the decrease in change. So Sejong will be the only city in our country it will expect population increase. And these are all individual population pyramids for each, I would say, sub sections and parts of the country. The clear color indicates the 2015. I can zoom in. Yes, clear color indicates 2050. The blurry one indicates 2020. So you can see the differences. In general, if you see the Seoul pyramid, it goes up, right? So older population here, after 30 years, we get older, so we belong here. And shrinking youth population is also very severe. If you look at the older populations, same. Red indicates increase and blue indicates decrease. So these municipals or sub-regions we expect we're losing even older populations. So it's very unlikely there will be a lot of people living in these remote areas after 2050. And Seoul is also super red, but it has the huge population to begin with, and that is why, primarily why. Okay, that's what I did. I did some ground truthing effort publication as part of the paper. I kind of anticipated that Busan would be the first huge metropolitan, be part of the Super Age Society. Although Busan is also a region, it's not a city. But later there was a news article actually saying that, okay, Busan is also super age. We also compared with the international data sets, especially IASA. So Korean University data sets indicates my research because two professors belong to Korean University. And compared with there are many scenarios published by Statistics Korea. I only compared two of them. The one of them goes along with our the worst case scenarios go along with our projection, and IASA is also kind of accurate, but more, I will say more optimistic. Okay, in summary, it's I think it's fair to characterize the demography of South Korea as such. So the fertility rate is the lowest, right? So we're not having many kids, and life expectancy is expected to be the world longest. Not yet. Sooner or later will be the most Koreans will live longer than Japanese, basically, right? And also the urbanization is very extreme, right? In reality, South Korea is an island, right? It's we also kind of educated that we're part of the peninsula, but many thanks to North Korea, we have no ground transportation to travel abroad, so that's how. Oh, thank you very much. Sorry about that. That's how I summarize it, right? And that is why solely focusing on promoting fertility wouldn't work, and the urban transition is very important. Sejong, we are lucky, you're lucky, but we don't have many years left to be part of the Super Age Society as well. And also, the shift will be the most radical in Sejong. Okay, so that was the first part of my talk. The second will be more focused on Seoul, because in Korean it's like a bully. It's a monster. It changes everything and affects everything. So that is why, but not many of us or researchers in Korea, of course, at the international level, have studied this much. But I thought it was really important, still ongoing, not published. I did the analysis many years ago, so about to get published, but there are other works, so it's kind of delayed. Anyway, so one unique thing about the analyzing or depopulation of South Korea is that it just started recently, right? So the historical data sets, present data set doesn't really reflect the decreasing pattern of the population change, right? So in that case, it's difficult to apply statistical model, especially regression type, because it's just not detectable yet. And that is why I thought we, means the co-authors, include me and the co-authors, decided to employ the small area population projection, which is based on the projection that I showed you earlier, and they're downscaled it at the municipal level. Then we can somehow simulate the decreasing pattern. Okay, that's what I did. And DR stands for dependency ratio, and in Korean it's 부양비. And basically that's an index to explain the difference in between of the ratio of an older population and versus working population. So in order to interpret the map, the brighter color indicates smaller changes, which is good, because larger change in terms of dependency ratio means primarily we're getting more older population, older adults, right? So Sejong, like I said, is the luckiest. I think this is where Samsung headquarters is situated. So there are only five municipals is colored white, but they're gonna gain older population in the future, but not as much as the other municipals. If you see dark black, then compared to gray, it's like 100. It means it's the older population over there is just so many. And basically, compared to people who pay tax, the municipal have more older people to take care of. Okay. We applied many important variables. I'm not sure you know the famous recently song 아파트, right? That's high density, large scale, high rise residence area. In short, is 아파트 in Korean. But I'm not sure that you know the song, so I just got the original term. So these apartments or the residential buildings were built between 1983 and 2003. So that's what I define older 아파트. And they actually benefit this relatively small this area doesn't have huge population compared to Seoul or the Busan area. But the older apartments benefit these area, whereas recent developments since 2004 it benefit the Seoul, of course Sejong, and Busan as well. More of the Busan. So that's how actually how the private sector and the government sector, public sector, built the residential area, okay? And these are the impacts of the population change. The highway as well. I'm sure that we're gonna have to have more highway, more high-speed railways. In reality, it's only gonna benefit Seoul. So let's say if a rural area wants to have a road network or high-speed rail, it's good for them to travel, but eventually it will steal population or residents from those smaller areas to the capital region. So it is very likely this area will just get large and large. Okay, so I think it's not reversible. I'll talk about that later on. So anyway, in terms of the result, recent developments benefit the so-called Seoul-Busan axis. That's the major axis of our country, and building highways and other high-speed infrastructure will benefit Seoul primarily. And the other parts I didn't explain, but you can go through them by yourself. It was part of the paper, but I had limited time, so I didn't prepare for today. Okay, we're good? Am I too fast? Okay, thank you very much. Now it's about climate change. It's a very simple illustration so that we can use the term in this very coherent way. This basically, in order to characterize disaster, we have to understand the hazards or climate events and vulnerability and exposure. Exposure means the the size of the population. Vulnerability is like the condition. I'm older than most of you here, so I'm more vulnerable. And hazards can be like typhoon and heat and sea level rise and flooding and so forth. There are different degrees of hazards. So if those are all combined together, it characterizes disaster, and risk is a possibility to have to. So after risk go above certain threshold, it becomes a disaster. Before that, it's just a higher and lower risk. Okay, it was very fast because you're all experts, so you're not. Yeah. So see, and my work is about exposure, and I was primarily also influenced by the American scholars. These authors, I think, also work with Professor Lewin as well. And exposure is basically the multiplication of population data sets and climate heat data sets. It's about heat wave. The blue pixels here indicates decreasing population. So Rust Belt, like Detroit, will be part of here, right? And the other part, the most famous part, the East Coast and West Coast, they're gaining population, and Texas and Florida as well. In terms of heat, the southern part of the United States is getting more heat in the future, which is very, very, logical. And if you multiply, do some map, then this is the heat exposure map. The unit will be number of person days. So days of heat wave and number of people just multiplied. In Korea, we also use the same thing. I thought it's very amazing that they have a gridded data as such, right? Have that. We're not there yet. I mean, South Korea is not there yet. Hopefully, we'll get there better. This is a downscale data at the municipal level, not at the pixel level yet. But in our case, in the case of South Korea, it's very important to have the age component, right? So the map over here shows the population difference between recent and the present and the future. The blue indicates decreasing, red indicates increasing, right? But we considered all age. The second figure only considered the population older than 65, right? So you can see that we're gaining a lot of older population, except these blue regions. It's fair to say that we're going to lose population in these regions. I'm sure no schools and no hospitals. Hospitals, yes, but not like pediatricians will survive there. And 75 and 85, right? So you'll see later why age is important in terms of analyzing climate change. Unlike SSPs, the Professor Wat Jang introduced us the most recent one, the cutting edge scenario, and the RCP is a bit outdated. The 4.5 is considered the moderate. KMA stands for Kisangcheong Korea Meteorological Agency. They distribute climate change scenarios on behalf of South Koreans. So I use the data set to analyze heat. And EHE stands for extreme heat events. Technically, heat waves and heat events are kind of different. Heat wave is more European, and heat events more applicable to East Asia. We have different kind of heat. Our heat is, for instance, more humid, have lower humidities, and it happens differently. That's one of the comments I got from the reviewers. And this smaller map indicates the present. So red indicates more heat, more frequent heat events, and yellow indicates less frequent. And this as a benchmark, red indicates more, blue indicates fewer. Okay, so in the future, we're going to have more and more heat, of course. We also experienced this summer as well. If you multiply that with the total population and population above 65, you see we see Seoul and Daegu are very vulnerable, and Busan as well. It's just, we are more exposed. Sorry, it's not more vulnerable, more exposed. The vulnerability has to be analyzed separately. Okay. And if you see months, May and September, this year, we're having colored leaf way later than usual years. It has to do with that. Not sure how many minutes do I have? 5 minutes? Okay, 7 minutes. Okay, then this is it takes time to analyze, introduce this figure to you. So let me explain the US case first. The total change means change in exposure. So the exposure will increase over time, is identified or illustrated in blue bar. And this total change can be decomposed to different factors, the climate effects and population effects and leftover. United States, they are gaining population at the national level. So that's why they're more exposed to heat because they're just gaining more people, right? And heat is getting more intense. So that's why these adds up to have a total change in exposure. But in Korea, actually, East Asia in general, we're experiencing more rapid and extreme climate change compared to global average. So that's why we see the figure here. But if you see the total change, it's kind of get lower because we're losing population. That kind of offset it, right? So if we don't consider the age information, then this is the result that we'll get, which is very logical. Then the thesis will be, oh, we don't have to prepare for climate change because we're losing population anyway. We shouldn't be prepared, right? I think that's irrelevant, right? But consider age, then it's just horrible, right? If the axis is the number is too huge, so I had to go through multiple times, and that will be the future of us. The older population, the speed and the pace and the size, it matters, and it's also it's like that we're gonna get vulnerable, but also we are also getting the older population in Korea is getting healthier as well, right? Thanks for the medical services and so forth. That's it. And in case of Seoul, older population in Seoul will be horrible, but Daegu will plateau at some point. But both of them will be more exposed to heat. But in terms of Daegu, it's more of the physical heat, right? So they need some actually like green infrastructure. But Seoul, it's more about having more older population. So in this case, in case of Seoul, it might not be enough to simply applying mitigation measures to decrease heat. It has to be somehow the policy for older population, right? Don't worry about it. The last slides are very minimal. It's not my work. It's done by students' work. He used different machine learning algorithm to apply to have this gridded population, and based on the projection data sets that I have, and if you see the change map, the red pixels indicates the increase in population, the blue indicates a decrease. If you compare to the previous figure that at the municipal level, and you see some different patterns, right? The units are different because this is aggregated, and whereas this is pixel based, right? It's still working on. Then why we need this? Because one of the ongoing work with him and other research is that human exposure to sea level rise data sets produced by one of my colleagues who's at Korea Environment Institute. And we know that South Korea is surrounded by 3 oceans, and yet sea level rise isn't a very popular topic in Korea, interestingly. But personally, I'm interested in, and I had good connections, so this is something we're working on, and this is something we can do without the greater population. Okay, and these are the 3 take-home messages. So urban migration, so I don't think it will be reversed. It's gonna be there, and it's very sad that I'm not very optimistic, but there's hope. We can get healthier. It will be more threatened by future climate environment, but I'm sure we can deal with that. And working on and producing small area population can contribute this situation, right? That will be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your excellent and very fascinating research work. Clearly, climate change is a very imminent issue for all of us to think of. Okay, we would like to invite our final presenter for session 1, Dr. Po-Kyung Lee. She's an associate research fellow at KRIHS. She's going to talk about small area population forecast model with AI. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Lee.
Hello everyone. I'm very happy to have a chance sharing my recent study. Today I will presenting our small area population forecast model with AI designed to tackle the demographic challenges in South Korea currently faces. Let's begin by understanding the core issues. Thanks to Professor Kim Ho-seok, earlier he describes very well about Korean situation. So thanks to his presentation, I don't need to elaborate more details. So let's jump to the spatial big data and the model framework we studied. But the core issue we face right now is population decline, aging population, and those situations shows very regional disparities between capital area and non-capital area right now. The central government has recognized these issues and they try to support the high-risk municipalities with large budgets focused on balanced national development. For example, like 70 municipalities designated as growth promotion regions and 89 municipalities designated as population decline regions. And those areas are supported from the central government with a huge budget. This process of diagnosing, evaluating, and designating at-risk municipalities are carried out only by administrative units like cities, counties, and districts. However, the demographic challenges vary within municipality, necessitating a granular approach to population forecasting. As Professor Kim Ho-seok share his grid level population forecasting, actually this study is also try to forecast the Korean population in future at 1 kilometer level. Like, for example, as you can see this map, Yangyang County is designated as population decline area by the central government, and they get a lot of budget to recover it. However, within the county, you can see the certain areas faces the population increase due to the housing supply, improved transportation accessibility, and the new opportunities of businesses. This highlights the needs for targeted intervention, even within designated decline areas, to address local variation. By pinpointing area at risk, local government can allocate resources more effectively and target the root causes of decline. But right now, the Korean government and Statistics of Korea only publishes 17 province future population projections or 229 sub-regions population projections. So it is not enough to capture the nuance shift within the region. In this context, the core purpose of our research is to develop GPI model, a gridded population forecast using AI at a 1 kilometer grid. Demographic change comprises two components. One is the natural change, and second is migration-based changes. So small area population have to consider both sides. So in this context, we aim to predict the future population distribution at 1 kilometer level, grid level, using spatial big data and deep learning. Grid-based predictions offer the more precise insight into localized population changes compared to administrative or sub-region forecast. The model captures both natural and social changes impacting population distribution, such as birth, death, and migration and land use shift. Right now, the as-is model used by central government or statistics of Korea, they forecast for 17 metropolitan areas or 229 cities, as I aforementioned, has limited to use for place-based policy and planning. It also lacks of compatibility with AI learning method and doesn't account for neighborhood effects from geographic proximities. In this context, at this research, the 2B model aims to address these limitations by offering a standardized 1 kilometer grid and AI learning efficiency and comprehensive data integration into the grid level. In light of this background, we developed the GPI with the 2 submodels. The first, model 1, is AI-based model to predict grid level future population by relations between past population changes and spatial characteristics. The model 2 is a cohort method-based model to predict grid level future population by natural increase by grid level demographic structures such as gender and age. To enhance accuracy, we applied the ensemble method to aggregate the result from 2 models, and then this combined output allows us to present a very refined population forecast up to 2050. The more detailed, the model 1 is based on the AI model. So the first model 1 have 3 steps. Let me explain some more detail about these 3 steps. In the first step, the model uses a random forest technique to learn the relationship between population at province level and grid level, and lastly, the spatial characteristic from 2000 to 2020. The model will learn those patterns from historical data and see whether those relationship effects on the future changes. In the second step, the model forecasts the future changes in spatial characteristics they influence on grid level population distribution using a combination of convolutional neural network and long short-term memory. By learning from 20 years of spatial characteristics so far, the model captures anticipated trends to 2050. The convolutional neural network component enables the model to account for neighborhood effects, enhancing its ability to reflect the spatial influence on the population distribution. At the final step, in step 3, the spatial characteristic forecast from step 2 and the relationship learned at the step 1, which linked to provincial population, grid level population, and spatial characteristics are all combined to predict spatial distribution at 1 kilometer level. By incorporating the official population projection at the statistics of Korea until the 2050, we can get the spatial forecast at 1 kilometer level. So, and the second model, the second submodel of GPI is a grid-based population projection with the cohort model. So this method calculates the grid level distribution weights and allocate the provincial forecasted and downscale them into the 1 kilometer grid according to the weights from cohort method. So here is the key data set, how we can start this type of study. So right now, the South Korea manages all Koreans with a resident registration system. So they manage citizens' birth year, gender, and address information. Then, this information has been geocoded at the building level, so we can get the all citizens point at the map. Then we aggregate those citizens information into a standardized grid system from 100 meter to 10 kilometer or 100 kilometers. At this study, we employed the 1 kilometer grid level population information. So we analyzed a wide range of demographic data, including population density, I introduced before, and mortality rate, birth rate, and net migration rate, which is, we cannot get the 1 kilometer levels, those natural and social changes. So in this study, we use the provincial level. And this data covering the years 2000 to 2050 from the Statistics Korea's census and projections. The second major data set is about spatial characteristics. Our spatial data includes information on the number of buildings, residential buildings, and their total floor area were gathered from Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport's buildings database. In addition, we also use the elevation, a topological data set from the physical environment. Lastly, I want to address the data granularity. We collected and aggregated all the data at 1 kilometer grid cell level. This allows us to perform a detailed, spatially explicit analysis of population changes and factors driving these changes across the Korea. So these maps are the population densities resulted from our research. So right is the 1 kilometer level of population density in 2015. So you can see the change from 2020 to 2050. Only the capital area and some of metropolitan areas still will keep the population density, but rest of them, the population density will decrease very much. So here is the key statistics from our projection. So the average population density for South Korea will decrease from 724 to 672 in 2050. By 2050, approximately 4% of areas inhabited in 2020 are expected to become uninhabited. Additionally, more than 80% of areas are projected to experience population decline from 2020 onward. So here we divide the areas into Seoul metropolitan area, metropolitan cities, and provincial counties. So population density is forecasted in the following order, Seoul metropolitan area, metropolitan cities, and provincial counties. Areas experiencing population decline in Seoul and other metropolitan regions tend to have a higher density compared to growth areas, a trend that contrasts with the provincial regions. Generally, areas with population growth have a better condition to live, like such as it has a more there's a better accessibility to elementary school and the better accessibility to pharmacies. Even in counties forecasted to lose their population very much, areas with these favorable living conditions may continue to attract residents and keep the population increased. So actually, we tried this AI model to forecast the population change at 1 kilometer level first time. So in this study, we tried to find what we should study more. So this is the outlier analysis I want to focus today. It's based on the distribution of population growth and decline rates. We identified the location of outliers. Most of outliers are located in the suburb or exurb of Gyeonggi province, which is near the next to the Seoul. The population of these areas, this location have growth between 2000 and 2020, and AI models predict this trend, learn this trend and predict the same location will experience population increase in 2050. But while the population growth trend in this outlier location maybe continue into future, but they could shift due to the era of population decline and various policy, environmental, and social factors. So this study has a limitation in that it only learned from historical trends and therefore could not account for such external factors. So careful interpretation of GPI's population change projection is necessary and we need to study more. So that's a policy implication. From this research, what we know is that we have to study more, and it is very important to study how the population change in more detailed level, more detailed spatial levels. Small area population forecast offers guidance for setting development directions and place-based strategy that align with the government's goal of responding shrink society and proactively addressing regional depletion. So, and I want to also address this grid type of population forecast can be used for the decision making beyond the administrative boundaries. So it is very important to see the more small area population forecast for evidence-based policy design from now on. In conclusion, the GPI model I introduced today provides a robust framework for addressing Korea's demographic challenges at local level. By small area population forecast, we can support informed decisions to manage regional decline and promote sustainable growth, I believe. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your timeless effort. And it looks like it has gone through a lot of work for this result. Thank you. We are very punctual in time, and we would like to invite Dr. Claudia Baranzelli for our chairperson to convene Q&A and discussion for now. So those who are joining us on Zoom, please bear us in mind that you are only allowed to leave your comments or questions on the chatting room, and Claudia will respond to you randomly. Otherwise, the first priority will be given to people in this auditorium first, so hope you would understand this. So over to you, Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the congratulations to the speakers for the very interesting presentations. So it's my pleasure now to open the floor for discussions and questions. Any taker in the room? If there are no immediate questions, actually I have a general comment for all the speakers of this first session. We have seen presented models and also based on the application of innovative data sources and innovative technologies. The last presentation was making use of AI-based modeling. And my question to you is, how do you communicate the results of your research to the policymakers? We know that it's difficult enough to make your point and to communicate a little bit more technical or scientific outputs to known experts. But this becomes increasingly difficult when you're using models and methodologies that are even more complex and may appear as a black box to, for instance, policymakers. So what's your experience at this regard?
So that's the good point. That point we always struggled with the communicate with the policy directors who rarely know about AI models. So the thing is, we try to explain the model, but show the result of changes of Korea, not detailed explain the framework or the methodology, but show how the Korea population will change, and how the result is different with the existing result, like administrative units, and try to convince them that this small area population from AI model is very useful to allocated resources from central government more effectively. So still it's a very experimental research, and they already know that, but they always seek the new challenges and new approaches to advertise their works. So sometimes it fits their needs. So hopefully our research can be used in real planning, but it isn't necessary to study more. As I showed the outlier analysis, for that kinds of things we need to study more, but during that kinds of process we can communicate more and make them understand more. So I think, yeah, is it okay to? Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. And maybe before I turn to the other speakers of this first session, a follow-up question to you. Do you notice any difference in the way policymakers react, whether they are working at a more local level or regional level or national level? And do you have experience the possibility to actually have a joint conversation? Because of course we want to go granular, we want to provide knowledge and evidence that can help to target to the best way investments and policy interventions, but ultimately you need to put together different levels of government. So have you ever noticed a difference in the uptake between these levels?
Actually, you point out the problem of planning structure in South Korea. Actually, I'm not sure I am allowed to speak like this, but there are many plans for different special units. For example, national unit and metropolitan unit and the regional units. All different plans have been designed and But the thing is, those types of plan has not been integrated each other so far, and the directors of each plans are also different in different division in the Ministry of Land Transportation. So what I study at 1 kilometer grid level population forecast is actually originates from that kind of issues. Because if we know the population change from very granular level to national level, at some point, those types of different special units plans can be integrated with one like data set, for example, population changes. So right now, it's very hard to integrate those different types of plans, but I hope like start from my study, they can use the same data set from granular to national level and integrate those results from plannings. So,
Claudia, if I may just disturb quickly, I think Professor Zhang has just raised his hand to make a comment in response to your comment.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the excellent question and the discussion. For your first question on how we communicate on our model, our results with policymakers and non-experts. Yeah, I understand that the new model, like an AI-driven projection forecasting model, could be newer and more difficult to explain. Traditionally, population projection models are kind of easy to interpret because of population. Largely, you have the population already born, and for a short period, the mortality and migration can lead quite a certain results. So it's compared to the economics models and the demographic results are easy to explain with large uncertainty, large certainty actually. So this is a for that purpose, the communication with the policymakers could be quite straightforward. But of course, with some challenges, particularly for small area population forecasting or projections, because migration can easily change the population regime easily. So migration is more difficult to collect the data and to make a projection into the future. So that's definitely a difficult part to work with. Yeah, when we communicate with the government decision makers, and we need to understand the local needs. For instance, we recently made projections for New York City and for the climate change planning. And one of the needs from the New York government agencies is that you need to consider the kind of a special situation in New York, and you need to consider the population by migratory status and also by race, because that make a big difference among population groups. So we need to answer those questions. So we develop a multi-state model so that we can project the population not only by age and by gender, but also by race and at a county level. And so we can explicitly understand how the migration flows can change the population distribution across the counties and districts, and clearly demonstrate what are the driving forces before that, and provide those kind of information for climate change planning. I think those kind of experiences can already taught us and gave us some lessons on how we communicate, how we deal with the local needs.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I have a short follow-up question, actually. You say that these, demographic models, on average, especially the more traditional demographic models, they are relatively easier to explain. But what about the validation? I must say that also the input data that you use in your models are actually modeled in a way. They are not direct observations, especially in the US. I think the Census Bureau is doing a great job in estimating population counts and many different characteristics of resident population, but still it's always they are always the results of a model in the end. So how are you validating the outputs of your research, and are you using alternative data sources that may help you to estimate also movements of peoples and how they are distributed across space and time?
Yeah, this is a great question. For demographic models, for short-term projection, basically it's accounting. It's quite a counting of the population of the born. It's easy. Then you can use the model either simply backcasting, right? If you have the census data from 2020, then you also have the data from 1990 or even earlier, then you can collect the information and use your model and backcast the changes of the population. Look at the population in the past decades, then you can show how accurate the model could be. And so largely for a short-term projections, our results can show a big accuracy. But for population projections like a long-term for climate change purposes, for instance, then you need a long-term projection. The long-term projection would be more difficult with a large uncertainty in the demographic components. Normally, you would do a kind of a scenario assumption and projection to tell a story, right? What you do, you don't forecast the exact numbers of future changes in the population, but instead you provide a plausible pathway and cover a range of uncertainty, give the confidence. Sometimes you provide a forecasting and probabilistic projection. That's also a mature technology or demographic projections. But of course, yeah, that's another question I have. I want to ask Dr. Lee about in the AI projection model, you use the forecasting on the term. So that means you can project or model the exact numbers, the changes in the exact numbers. So why you use forecasting rather than a projection that mostly we will use?
Actually, like I used both sides. First, I used the AI-based forecast model, and the second model is based on the cohort method for population projections. So at the first submodel, we try to forecast the land use changes actually. So at the first, we try to define the relations between population distributions and the conditions of land use. Then we predict how land use will be changed until 2050. then like allocate the provincial level population projection into the 1 kilometer grid level. But by doing that, like by doing the forecasting exact number of population at 1 kilometer the grid level, we can find lots of like issues. For example, I present the outliers in Gyeonggi provinces next to Seoul area. So we decided to like consider the population projections too, using the cohort method. So another reason we try to forecast is using the AI. The purpose of AI is to present the result in terms of accuracy. So like I think our research is one kind of experiment in terms of a population forecast. So I know it's quite a bold decision to show the exact number of population in future, but we try to see whether we can do that and find out what should we do in next steps. So I'm not sure it's a like good answer for your questions.
Yeah, that's a good way to do projection. Yeah, this is new to me, but I think this should be a direction to go. Of course, for the projection using AI, you need to learn from the historical existing projection models and experiences, right? And that's something like that's also my question. And how, yeah, in the AI projection, how do you what kind of learning process you put, and do you only look at the historical trends in the population? Do you also learn from different approaches that already exist in your AI projection? So if my question is just yeah, I don't know if I make my clear. So you make a projection is only based on the historical trends in the.
Well, actually, we use also the provincial levels population projections published by Statistics of Korea, because they already considered the interregional migration, birth rate, and the death rate to project the population at administrative level. So we use those data sets at provincial level and try to downscale them into the 1 kilometer grid level from the relations from like historical data.
So you mean mainly just a downscaling, right?
Yeah, right.
The role of AI played here is to refine the downscale model. Is that right?
What we can get from AI model is actually the weight to downscale the provincial levels population projections into 1 kilometer grid level. So we need to weight, right? Like the how many people should we allocate the population from provincial level to 1 kilometer level? So what we get those weights from AI model.
So you provide the AI provided some experience how you allocate, right?
Right.
The population
yeah.
projected
Right.
at the provincial level.
Yeah, that's
to
right.
Each grid cells.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's something already. You know, there are several models already generated in this. Yeah.
And I have another question related to this discussion to again all speakers. Have you ever considered simulating shocks? Because as we were discussing just now, you are basically looking at past trends, and reasonably you are considering them as the basis for your projections and for your simulations. But of course, the further you go in time, and the higher the uncertainty. So may be helpful also to consider the potential happening of specific shocks. Have you ever considered or done this kind of research?
Maybe I can provide some my own some answers based on my own experiences. Yes, I think this shock, the sensitive analysis, sensitive projections are very important, particularly in the context of understanding population and climate change impacts. And in the climate change projection, you have this overshoot, right? And in population projection, particularly at small areas, this also very relevant. And under an overshoot climate change scenario, what could happen within the population system? So one experiment we did for the US is to understand the impacts of COVID on the state population redistribution and projected into the future. And that tells us some very important lesson and gain a lot of knowledge. I think this type of sensitive analysis and projections is very, very useful.
It's not a direct answer, I will say, but I thought about it when I did the projection. But it really depends also like how you define shock, right? What Lei Wen mentions more about climate change impact. I think that will be the most popular, also the cutting edge of general perspective. But in my case, since I was working on the Korean case, there was two things that we kind of thought of. Actually, we're in Sejong. Sejong in itself is like a shock to the Korean demography and population, because in a way it's like Las Vegas. We built a huge city out of nowhere. I mean, littleware. I mean, there was something, but not something this huge. That is why it was difficult for us to kind of factor those in, and also the inflow of the population here was massive in the beginning and fades out. So we use some mechanism to mitigate the kind of shock as well. And I'm not sure that will be the first answer. The second comment will be when we submitted, it was before COVID. When it's published, it was during COVID. And of course, you know, some will say, "Oh, the fertility might be. You should think about COVID." Yeah, but we did the analysis already. So please publish it as it is. In our future work, we'll consider COVID and pandemic and how that affects the fertility rate and so forth. So I think since the cohort component method by design has a ways to implement shocks, but the key is to how we have to understand how shock will affect like fertility or the life expectancy or the deaths. So those have to be somehow translated to demographic factors. Then it can be very straightforward and easy. Thank you.
Yeah, probably to follow on what I mentioned, I think this is very important to understand the mechanism. Yes, you're definitely right. And in our COVID projection, we did in 2020, we understand the impacts of COVID on migration flows across all the states. Then we don't have data. What we used is a mobile phone records that we projected. We collected data on the changes in migration flows under the COVID, and we also collected data on fertility, and using the experiences we learned from the history that economic unemployment lead to reduction in fertility. And we made a projection in 2020. Then we look at the results for 2021, 22. So it shows a very good accuracy. And so that's something like it's a test that for a short period of time, the population projection can generate very accurate results. And our model, we use a multi-regional model. So the model has the capacity to particularly to understand the impacts of migration flows. And that can be climate sensitive, right? If you look at the impacts of climate change or climate shocks on the population, is mainly through migration. The death could be a very small number, and for fertility, that may generate some results, but the immediate response of the population system is through migration. So the multi-regional model has the capacity, and so that we can simulate or even can project the changes in the population in small areas due to from the migration due to climate change. So that's our goal, to make the model more climate sensitive. And we already did some work with the U.S. states, understand during the past decades how climate, the weather condition as a factor contribute to cross states population migration across the U.S. states. And we use the lesson learned from the past experience projected into the future. And that's the work just published recently.
Thank you very much for this discussion. I think we're reaching the end of this first session. I'm looking at the chair in case I still have the freedom to ask a very last question, or if I have to wrap up. Yes, she's nodding. Yes. So thank you very much. And actually, so building upon these reflections on demographic trends, we've been hearing about the population trends, we've been hearing about aging population, and I was quite impressed by what Professor Kim said about the elder population here in Korea becoming healthier. So it's a very nice message, but my question or reflection is this enough to help the government and the policymakers to plan for the infrastructure and for the service provision of the population? What's your opinion?
Wow. Thank you. That was an amazing question and very difficult to answer. It's healthier, but I wouldn't say it's enough to mitigate the shock or the impacts driven by the demographic shift. I think we have to be, future me have to be way healthier to not rely on the government or the caring facility and so forth. So in short, I don't know yet. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to all the speakers and the participants for this discussion. I hand it over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, for your excellent supervision over the discussion session. Now I would like to end session 1, and we would like to invite all of you, not on Zoom, unfortunately, to have lunchtime for 100 minutes, which means we will be back here by 1:30 KS time. Okay, hope you enjoyed the first session, and see you in about 1 hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, and see you.
Already done the announcement in Korean. There will be a civil, I don't know how it goes, civil defense training, yeah, scheduled at 2 p.m. for about 20 minutes. So when the alarm goes off, please do not be too alarmed. It's nothing serious. It's not an outbreak or war or anything. Okay. Method for identifying functional rural areas. Please welcome Claudia with your big hand.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. With my presentation today, I would like to focus on the preliminary results of a project that we are carrying out in collaboration with the European Commission. To give you, if this works, no it doesn't, so I'll use the mouse. Yes. So to give you a little bit of context, we have since more than 10 years agreed on a joint definition between OECD and the European Commission, and also together with other international organizations such as the UN, a definition of functional urban areas, which is based on population density and travel to work flows. Of course, this definition covers only part of the national territory, and there is therefore the need for a definition of rural daily systems that can map the rest of a nation's territory. So we're talking about rural daily trips that go beyond travel to work concept and are also related to travel to services such as schools, hospitals, or shops. And of course, in this project, we also want to investigate the interlinkages between local areas that are located both in urban and in rural context. We are aware that in the literature there are already existing methodologies that are attempting at doing exactly what we are aiming at in this project. So what we are doing is to look at these different approaches, these different definitions, and trying to assess whether they are actually applicable, especially in an international context, so to allow comparisons between different countries. A big part of the project is dedicated to the validation of these approaches, trying to assess what's the best methodologies or a combination thereof. And to do this, we are selecting a set of criteria that we are currently testing. And finally, a third objective of the project is about developing a database containing different indicators related to various topics from demography, transport, environment, and that can help us to map trends of rural development using as a basis these new territorial definitions. So I spoke about daily systems. What's a daily system? That's an area, broadly speaking, where daily trips actually are happening. So where people can access homes, jobs, recreational spaces, and services. People quite often travel across the boundaries of a local administration or municipality, and on the other hand, regional boundaries, they are too wide for people living there to be able to travel across the entire area. So our aim is really to extend the concept of functional urban areas to encompass also rural context. How do we do this? We need to define some criteria how we can identify these daily systems. What we normally do is to start from local areas or municipalities. Like you see in these examples, you're looking at Corsica, which is part of France. and the delineation correspond to the local administration level. So what we do is to step by step combines adjacent local areas. So as I said before, people tend to travel across municipal boundaries in order to go about their daily life, to access schools or other types of services. And we keep grouping these adjacent local areas or municipalities until we identify an area that we can call functional area, where the daily trips happening there are actually sufficiently self-contained. And of course, we need also to make sure that this functional area is not too large and that it's practical to actually travel across the entire territory during one typical day. How do we merge and how do we group these local areas or municipalities in order to identify functional areas? Looking at the literature, as I was saying before, there are different approaches already implemented or newly implemented. And they are all based on a slightly different concept. The labor market areas approach is the oldest one that we can find in the literature, and basically it looks at commuting flows. So it looks exclusively at the movements of workers, and it utilizes data coming from surveys or population censuses. France has developed another approach, which is called bassin de vie, and that roughly translates into systems of life, basically, where the central concept is the one of services hubs. So what they do is to identify places where a quite wide range of services can be provided, and then the populated areas adjacent to that service hub are progressively merged to form a functional area. And finally, the functional rural areas approach has been recently developed by the European Commission, and it's centered on the concept of population centers. So basically looking at villages or towns with certain characteristics in terms of population densities, and it aggregates adjacent populated areas based on travel times. All these methodologies, as we said in the beginning, they have to cover the entire national territories, be them labor market areas, bassin de vie, or functional rural areas. Now, when comparing these different approaches, one of the first questions that we need to ask ourselves, especially if we want to use this type of methodology in an international context, is related to data requirements. So how easy it is to apply this same methodology across different countries, which may have different data available. Labor market areas approach uses, as I said before, commuting flows. That's the main data source. Bassin de vie uses both population grids and the road network to compute travel distances and travel times. And most importantly, it uses the location of a really wide variety of services. And this is the most challenging part of this approach, to find good enough data to represent all these different services and where they are located. And finally, the functional areas approach is the most parsimonious one in terms of data requirements, as it uses in input only population grid distribution and the road network, again, to compute road travel times. All these methodologies, they present, of course, challenges or shortcomings. Some of them, they are actually in common amongst these three different approaches. The first one, the first issue to mention is the reliance on parameters. So all these three approaches, they rely on parameters, for which actually is quite challenging to define the optimal value, especially if you're trying to define the same parameters across different countries. A second important point is that when you are identifying a functional areas or daily system, as we generally call them, we need to keep these areas small enough so that they can be traversed on a daily basis in order to prevent unrealistically long trips. And the only method that by construction is actually preventing this drawback is the functional areas approach. Now, going one methodology at a time, if we think about the labor market areas approach, the main shortcoming that I need to mention is its focus actually on the working population. So it completely disregards other segments of the population, such as students or older citizens. Bassin de Vie are obviously focusing on service accessibility, which again can bring a biased view of the distribution of the population as well. And finally, the functional rural areas approach is focused on the daytime population distributions. And this may represent a challenging, especially in context where tourism flows are particularly high, and the difference between day and nighttime population is particularly big. If we want to look into a little bit more specifically a comparison between the labor market areas and functional rural areas approaches, it's also important to notice that labor market areas, they are based on actual population flows, to the extent that the input data is actually reflecting what's happening in reality. Of course, there are always approximations there. Functional or rural areas, by definition, they look at theoretical population flows. So basically, they look at the mostly densely populated areas, assuming that there are more opportunities for interactions, and therefore presumably also trips and population and people flows. Now, coming to the validation, how can we validate these different approaches and how we can compare them? In this project, we have chosen to follow a three-pronged approach. First of all, we have set up an expert group to learn from country practices and different perspective of functionality when it comes to rural definitions. And this is particularly important for us because, again, we want to propose a methodology that can potentially work in different contexts that may be quite diverse and different from each other. The biggest and most important question when it comes to the validation is, of course, the choice of which measures or which metrics do we use to compare these different methodologies and their outputs. And what we are doing right now is to use metrics and indicators that have been developed and that we can find in the literature, and that are based on commuting flows data, with the idea of progressively moving more and more towards the use of alternative data sources such as mobile phone data, because we do believe, and we'll see a couple of presentations after mine, how we can better leverage this type of data to understand how daily trips actually happen across within and across the boundaries of these geographies. So I mentioned some metrics or measures that are based on commuting flows and that we are actually testing. There are roughly 11, 12 different metrics that we can compute, and they can be related to 4 different concepts. The first one is the one of autonomy, whereby we want to maximize the internalization of commuting flows within each functional unit, or functional rural unit. The second concept is the one of homogeneity, whereby we want to minimize the size range of these geographies. So we don't want to have super large functional areas next to small ones, but we want to have a fairly homogeneous distribution. The third concept is related to balance. And this has to do with the equalization of the size of the labor demand and the labor supply that we find in each unit. And to do this, we look at the job ratio. And finally, the fourth concept is the one of cohesion, where we want to maximize the interaction intensity within each functional unit and between the local areas that are composing this bigger unit. Now, we are conducting a series of tests. We have chosen as the first two countries to work on France and Korea. Here I'm presenting the results, just preliminary results for France, and of course I don't want you to look at these figures, but just to give you an idea, here we are exploring the performance of three different approaches in terms of self-containment, in terms of homogeneity, and in terms of balance. And what's actually quite interesting to observe is that bassin de vie, compared to both labor market areas and functional rural areas, they perform quite worse across all different metrics. But between labor market areas and functional rural areas, the performance is quite similar. And we can say that labor market areas are actually only marginally performing better than functional rural areas. And this is quite an interesting piece of information, because if we think that functional rural areas are also data parsimonious and may achieve equally good results compared to another approach which is more data intensive, again, it becomes an interesting option when we're working in an international context. A couple of slides now on the mobile phone data. Here I just introduce the type of data that we're working with, where we have different options to actually acquire and define technically the data pipelines then to produce the final matrix. So we are starting with raw data, where each data point represents a distinct event that is generated by any activity or almost any activity that you have on your mobile devices. From this raw data, you can define stay points, which are basically geographical areas where an individual remains for a defined period of time. And finally, we can also define trips, which are a combination of stay points and trajectories, and that allow us, obviously, to analyze mobility patterns across different locations. As I said before, we have different options to work with this type of data, actually starting directly from the raw data or getting access to pre-processed indicators. But today, I want to present very briefly some preliminary results that we have obtained thanks to the colleagues in KOTE, so the Korean Transport Institute, who agreed to share with us a small fraction of the data that they are working on. And actually, it's very interesting because it allows us to distinguish between trips of different types. For now, we are looking at the distinction between regular trips, between home, company, school, and other potential regular stays, and solely work-related trips. And we use this data to assess and compare functional rural areas and labor market areas. We do this using the internal cohesion metric, which is a very simple metric equal to the number of trips with origin and destination in one functional unit divided by the number of trips with origin or destination in the same units. So the closer this index is to 1, the better it is, and more self-contained is the unit that we are looking at. So we have tested this for actually a number of combinations, a number of realizations of functional rural areas. As I said in the beginning, these methodologies, they are based on parameters. So we can actually look at slightly different versions of the same delineation. And we're comparing it with the labor market areas. And enclosed in the red square, you can see labor market areas against the best performing version of functional rural areas. And this is how the results look like in the map. Again, between labor markets and only looking at regular trips, the performance of functional urban areas, which is very intuitive because functional urban areas, they are much more concentrated, let's say, also in terms of people movement. Now, a final word about the work that we're carrying out within the context of this project. And I mentioned as a third objective in the very beginning, I said, well, we want to utilize this new or potentially new delineation of functional areas to also look into and to study trends of territorial development. So in order to do this, we need a lot of data covering different domains. And I'm actually very happy to announce that next week at the World Urban Forum, we're going to launch our new local data portal, which is a new web tool where you can access a wide range of indicators, again, covering different topics at municipal level. So for local areas across all OECD countries. And this data will be used as building blocks to then compute and analyze these territorial trends for functional rural areas. My very final slides, I want to leave you with a couple of reflections. The first one is really an important question about how do we choose the metrics of comparison, because on this then will depend the entire analysis. And so far, it's the approach, and that's why we are looking into complementing this set of indicators or set of metrics with others. And which others? That's the big question. I think we should also think in terms of which policy application we have in mind. So why do we want to use and what we want to use for this classification of functional rural areas. And this will help us to identify new metrics to include in the analysis. The second very important reflection is about the building blocks that we are using. In the end, we are aggregating local units or municipalities. This has the third point is a little bit more of a segue to the next presentation and the next sessions. How can we better leverage mobile phone data and GPS data? I think there is a really great opportunity there to use this type of data sources, not just for validation purposes, but also to actually define from scratch our functional areas. And of course, all these discussions, all the results of that we are producing during this project, we are sharing. And
let's look at our key outcomes. The images on the right shows snapshots of cats in operation, and they showcase the results of our research. In this presentation, I will explain how we developed this tool and demonstrate to its practical applications. Here is the overview of my presentation for today. I focus on two main topics. First, the development process and outcomes of KRIHS, and second, how can we support policy decisions in Korea. Before I start, let me briefly explain what KRIHS is. KRIHS is a tool designed to easily identify central places, showing where these central places are located and how they interact with the surrounding areas. So while recent studies mainly focus on metropolitan area and pilot analysis, so their applicability to broader policy and planning is limited. And lastly, existing analysis methods using micro-geospatial data primarily focus on a single aspect of the spatial structure, which limits a comprehensive understanding of central places. So to address these issues, our study proposes a new method for analyzing central places using micro-geospatial data, developing it into a practical tool that supports evidence-based spatial policymaking. Next, this figure shows the concept of central place and functional functions of KRIHS. There are two main approaches to analyzing central places: the density approach and interaction approach type that focuses only on the area highlighted in yellow. Next, we conducted a survey to gather requirements from our target user group. As a result, the following key points came up as a common feedback. The tool should incorporate micro-geospatial data. And provide standardized method while remaining flexible enough to adapt KRIHS as a QGIS plugin, and this is its interface. After installing the plugin, 4 main functions appear at the top, and as shown on the right, an additional execution windows open. We recommend using these functions in sequence from left to right. However, each function can also be used independently. The first function is the analysis of inflow-outflow centrality index. By inputting the OD data, the tool calculates the inflow-outflow centrality index, and as you can see here, users can visualize it on the map. This function allows us to identify areas that have a significant impact on surrounding regions from a network perspective. The map here shows Sejong city, where we are currently located. You can see that the inflow-outflow centrality index values are high in the area where the government complex is located. Maybe here. This is because many people live in this area, and many others come here for work. The second function is extraction of central places. By inputting the previously calculated centrality index values and selecting specific criteria, users can extract central and analyze patterns across different spatial units. As you can see here, the results can be seen at various spatial units. Specifically, they are available at the different levels, which are grid, 읍면동, and 시군구. From now on, I will explain how KRIHS can be applied in policy making. So I will share some real examples of how it's been used and a few ideas for further implications. First, here's an example of KRIHS in actual use. After developing KRIHS, we had a demonstration for professionals from engineering firms involved in city master planning. They responded positively, saying the tool was useful and could be effectively applied in their work. In fact, CAT was used in consulting for the Yongin City Master Plan. In Yongin, there is an area that includes Samsung Electronics campus, and we received a request to analyze incoming commuting patterns for that area. So using CAT, we analyzed the commuting linkages. As you can see, areas with darker shading show where more people are commuting to Samsung for work. You can see that many commuters come from nearby areas as well as from Seoul. This data can be seen both at the grid level and a broader administrative unit level, which is Eunmyeondong. These results are expected to be useful for setting development directions in the master plan. The next example is our second use case. CAT was used to identify central places for national land monitoring. In this project, the only one criteria was used to identify central places across the country. However, it is recommended to adjust these criteria to match the specific characteristics of each region. As shown on the slide, CAT has a function to identify central places, so it can help apply criteria that fit each region's unique condition. The third use case is in the field of transportation. In a study by Kim et al., they proposed using a central place analysis tool to optimize the public transportation service supply by identifying strategic node locations. As you can see in the image, it means that higher level central places can be designated as inter-regional bus service area, while lower level central places can be set as intra-regional service area. And the last two examples are suggested directions for future applications. The first one is similar to the Japanese location optimization plan example. CAT can help identify hub location based on data. So this is useful when aiming to connect central and surrounding hubs through local bus services. Now, on to the second suggested application. With CAT, we can identify key centers, then we can access how well current and planned transportation networks connect these centers, which help us evaluate the appropriateness and efficiency of transport network plans. The images here shows an example of Daejeon, Sejong, Cheongju area. When comparing the two pictures, you can see that the ladder lays on the right passes through the major central places. When in this way, CAT can support more effective planning and understanding of transportation networks. Finally, let's discuss this research's limitation and future directions. First, CAT is currently available only to QGIS users, so developing a web-based version could expand its accessibility. Second, limited access to some private sector big data highlights the need for reliable data collection strategy. Third, while we have developed a prototype, further work is needed to create a full-featured central place analysis tool. And lastly, there is a need for enhanced education and outreach efforts. To support this, we have created a user manual for CAT, and we have conducted training sessions for researchers at KRIHS. This tool is not yet publicly available, but we have a plan to
better actually to focus on the mobility big data and how the mobility big data can be used. So a brief introduction to the background. So as you all already know, there is a rapid population decline in provincial cities and widening population disparity between Seoul metropolitan area and the rest of the country. And this also means a lot to transport sector because there is a decrease in transport demand as the number. However, several large-scale projects had to be exempt from the studies to be implemented due to the lack of economic feasibility. So to deal with these issues due to depopulation in transport sector, so we need to understand how the changes in demographic structure and changes in the population lead to changes in transport patterns. And however, conventional indicators on regional development focuses on and is limited to registered population and local finances. So it is difficult to consider the actual travel behavior population. What that means is people don't just remain within a administrative boundary or just within a region, and they travel beyond those administrative boundaries, and we need to look at that. So therefore, it is necessary to utilize mobility big data, which enables analysis of travel behavior and patterns beyond administrative and regional boundaries. So I'm going to introduce you to the mobility big data that KOTI has been building and processing. So with the development of advanced technology, the universal use of personal devices and the digitalization, mobility big data has emerged where all individual movements are collected as data. So mobility big data is spatial and temporal data. That includes information on location and time that enables consistent analysis of travel behavior and characteristics across the entire nation. So by collecting the movements of objects, such as individual people and individual vehicle, seamlessly and continuously. So Korea Transport Institute, as part of National Transport Survey Project, has been building transport database for the entire nation using mobility big data since 2017, and we have been updating the data every year. And we have been establishing a system for building and utilizing key data in transport. So the key mobility big data that we process and build are these three. So pro-vehicle GPS data on movement of individual vehicle, and mobile phone signaling data for the movement of individual person, and public transit transaction data for individual public transport users. And we are also building base maps to analyze and process these key mobility big data. And one thing that I want to emphasize is that we are building route data at object level based on raw data. So this is an example of the trajectory of individual vehicle, and currently we are focusing on using raw data of vehicle GPS data, but we are making efforts to expand this effort to the mobile phone data. And these are some of the transport indicators that we are building from traffic volume, travel speed, traffic congestion, and safety and environment. And using mobile phone data, we are building origin-destination transport indicators, such as person trips, and travel time and travel distance. I'm going to talk about how we build these indicators from mobile phone data later in this presentation. So we have been building an environment for consistent analysis and evaluation of current status and performance of transportation network across the entire nation. And these are also the analysis tools for intuitive analysis of travel behavior and characteristics for various purposes. And I'm going to discuss in more detail about each key mobility big data that we are processing and utilizing. So the first is mobile phone data. information on personal attributes. So this data includes information on ID for each person and location, so that is XY coordinates, or the information on mobile base station, and also on time at origin and destination, and attributes such as age and gender. So this data is collected when signal from mobile phone user is received at nearby mobile base station. And these are the steps for processing mobile phone data. So we use raw data, including information on locations of each person. Unfortunately, it is currently not possible to use raw data, like actually acquire the raw data, and this raw data is processed within the server of telecom service providers. And we basically use raw data, including information on locations of each person for 7 days, so a week. And we pre-process data and correct for errors. And then we identify mainstay locations, so home, work, or other, considering characteristics of each person based on frequency and length of stay at different locations. And then we identify trips and estimate trip purposes based on the information on stay locations in the previous step. And then we expand trips calculated from data of a certain telecom company. So we use the data from one telecom company. So we have to expand it to the entire population. And then we aggregate origin destination trips for temporal and spatial units. So the temporal unit here is hour, and spatial unit is 500-meter grid. And the result is the aggregated database of trips between origin and destination pairs. And also, with regards to the vehicle GPS data, this again includes location and time information for individual vehicles, and data is collected from OBU for vehicle navigation or navigation apps for mobile phones, and digital tachograph data for commercial vehicles. And the data is collected for almost the entire road network nationwide in Korea. And these are the steps for processing vehicle GPS data. So we change format and then correct for errors and build route database for individual vehicles for automobiles, bus, trucks, and taxis. And then we build process database to build indicators for road network performance evaluation, including traffic volumes, speed, congestion, environment, and safety. And for public transport data, the data is collected when information of subway and bus usage are transmitted to data collection system as users tag their transit cards. So this data includes information again on location, so boarding and lighting station, and time, boarding and lighting time, and attributes such as number of transfers and fares. And this data has very high sample proportion, almost close to total population, as almost every people in Korea use public transport cards. So this is the process of processing and building database from public transport data. And now I'm going to talk about some examples of using these mobility big data for analysis of the topics that we have like common interest in. And these are only some of the examples. So maybe during the discussion we can talk about some of the ways to use these mobility big data to analyze functional areas or central areas in more detail. So I've reviewed the definition of functional rural areas and steps for applying the definition. So I'm not going to go through all the details, but so by reviewing this definition and steps, I looked at how mobility big data can be used. So here I think we need to look at the travel times between places, and also like amount or like number of trips or like traffic volume between places. And so I'm going to discuss in the next slides about how we can build these indicators using mobile phone data. And also, I've looked at another research on analysis of transport influence data, and this has been conducted by Koti almost 10 years ago, but still this shows that a definition of transport influence area includes the proportional trips to adjacent cities using OND trips. So maybe we need to consider how to build OD trips, number of trips between origin and destination using these mobility big data. So this shows an example of the analysis of travel times between origin and destination using view transports. And this has been calculated by using mobile phone data. So this shows the travel times for commute trips between origin and destination. And origin is for metropolitan city or provincial level, and destination is more like a municipal level. So maybe this can be used in terms of defining the functional areas. And also, this shows the analysis of influence area for vehicle commute trips based on link travel times. This has been calculated using vehicle GPS data. So this shows the areas that a certain vehicle can travel within a certain time. So it doesn't really match the length or distance here as shown in the diagram. And another example of indicator that may be useful in analyzing functional areas are the accessibility index. So we are building these index and providing it through the real estate big data platform. And we are estimating the access times and the number of facilities accessible within a certain time to service facilities. So the table below shows the type of facilities that we provide times, access times, or the number of facilities accessible within a certain time, such as educational facilities or medical facilities, shopping facilities, and like transport facilities or public parks. And the access time means minimum travel time from centroid of each land lot to facilities of each type. And we also calculate the number of facilities of each type accessible within a certain time. So here we set the maximum access time by walking to 30 minutes, and by vehicle or public transport to 120 minutes. And this is a visualization of the walking access times from each residential or office or commercial land lots to closest elementary school. So you can see that so these land lots are close to the elementary schools, and maybe this is related to defining where the central places are. So to note here, this Gwangju metropolitan city is the central city in the southwestern part of Korea, and also Naju city is a city close to this say Gwangju metropolitan city that can work as a secondary like central place. So this is just a note. And we have also calculated the vehicle access times to closest shopping areas. So these are the examples of calculating the access times. And With regards to the origin destination traffic or number of trips, so vehicle and person trips between origin and destination at the municipal level, so city, county, and district, are calculated using vehicle trips, using vehicle GPS data, as you can see on the left, and person trips, as you can see on the right. So here you can also see that trips happen beyond the administrative boundaries. So this is also one thing to note. And from the real estate big data platform, we also calculate the origin destination traffic of the vehicles between origin. So the origin here is at the grid level, and the destination is town, township, and neighborhood. So again, the travel patterns don't just match the administrative boundaries. And this is the travel times calculated again for the using the vehicle GPS data. And this is an analysis of traffic inflow to areas facing population decline. So I have calculated the traffic inflow of two areas. So that is town, townships, and neighborhoods facing population crisis using mobile phone data. And I have defined an indicator called external transport connectivity. So that is total traffic inflow from areas not designated as areas facing population decline to areas facing population decline. So, so I have calculated these indicators in order to analyze like policies for like addressing the issue of population decline. And I'm going to just briefly touch on the analysis of using mobility big data for analysis of regional development policy. So, so I have looked at the relationship between transport and regional revitalization from the viewpoint that in order to promote exchange of people and goods and revitalize region through expansion of it is necessary to expand transport infrastructure and services. So based on mobility big data, I have developed indicators on accessibility, connectivity, and regional revitalization, and analyzed the relationships between these three indicators. So in terms of the level of infrastructure and service, so accessibility index was calculated based on vehicle and public transit data, as I've shown in the previous section, and connectivity index using mobile phone data in order to quantify the level of activity of travel based on inflow and outflow of trips, and then regional revitalization, so which is quantified by the number of facilities in each area related to regional revitalization. So these are the list of facilities included in the analysis. And I have conducted two analyses. So for analysis of influence of expansion of transport infrastructure and services on inflow of trips to regions, improved accessibility to medical facilities, large-scale stores, and public parks is related to the increase in the inflow of trips. So there is a need to consider supporting expansion of infrastructure connected to basic services within regional hubs or to promote tourism. And then another analysis on correlation between inflow of trips and indicators on regional revitalization. There was a strong positive correlation between internal trips and regional revitalization. So it's necessary to consider expansion of infrastructure related to services in regional hubs. And but then there was a weak correlation between external trips. I mean, like coming from outside of the areas designated as the areas facing population decline and regional revitalization. So it is necessary to analyze factors leading to high volume of external trips and develop customized plans for infrastructure and services. And this is the last slide. So, possible implications on regional development policies include establishing a basis for promoting transportation projects in the areas, especially towards revitalizing the regions, not just for providing basic level of service. And it is also necessary to improve transport project review and selection criteria, including the analysis using mobility big data. And maybe some recommendations with regards to the more active usage of mobility big data for connectivity analysis are there is a need to utilize more micro level data for detailed analysis of travel behavior, such as purpose or especially trip chains. So currently it is, as I mentioned, it is not possible to utilize raw data outside of the servers of telecom companies. So it's still not easy or like almost impossible to analyze trip chains. But in order to analyze these trip purposes or trip chains, I think it would be very important to actually making environment for using raw data, and it is also necessary to improve timeliness of data and build more detailed data and consistent and continuous data. And there is also a need to advance methodology and algorithm for processing the big data and validate the analysis results. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Well, I'm very impressed by the amount of work that you've done. It's very extensive and substantial based on a very enormous amount of volumes of data. Well, it's time to finalize session 3, but we are just about to start our Q&A session. It will be chaired by Dr. Myung-Hwa, Dr. Myung-Hwa Huang. She is a managing director at KRIHS. So I will announce one more time. For those who are joining us on Zoom, you are more than welcome to leave your comments on a chatting room. So the chair will pick your questions and will respond to you. Otherwise, I will put it over to you, Dr. Huang.
Thank you for your great presentation for the speakers in this session. So I will take questions or opinions from the floor. Do you have any questions or opinions? So just to get started with the discussion, I will first shoot the first question. So this is very basic one. It is regard to the Dr. Paramjali's presentation and also Dr. Jong-woo Lee's presentation. So what is the basic purpose or motivation for defining functional rural areas or transportation influence areas in your domains? And why do we need to define these areas by using this kind of mobile phone data or by using other kinds of data resources? Maybe Claudia can answer first.
Thank you for the question. And yeah, I think it's somehow I sprinkled some elements throughout my presentation, but good to recap them. I think it has been mentioned several times that administrative boundaries, whether they are defined at local level or regional level, they are not always useful for a number of reasons. Obviously, they are linked to policy actions, and that's why we are, as a first step, we're looking at them. But in reality, they are, first of all, they may be too fragmented at local level or too aggregated in order to actually capture movements of people and trips, and which is at the basis of our problem here. On the other hand, at regional level, you may have units of analysis that are too wide, and therefore they don't allow you to actually investigate the dynamics, what's happening within them. So if you want to define policies in different fields, in different domains that are actually based on what's happening on the ground, so where people live, what they need for their living, you need to get a much more granular view. And therefore, the idea of identifying functional areas. The problem is, which building blocks are we using to define functional areas? Because again, maybe municipal level boundaries, they are not good enough, and we need to look at alternative solutions such as grids.
To add that, I wondered, is there any kind of policies or institutional support systems to, for example, to support people, especially in functional rural areas across European territory? Or, we know we need some boundaries that are more detailed than administrative units, but by using that kind of information, like a new definition of functional rural areas, how do policy makers use those boundaries to do what? So that was my curiosity. So because we can define it in some ways maybe, but by using that kind of boundaries, what can we do in terms of policy? So is there any kind of initiative to support functional rural areas or transportation influence areas? Maybe Jong-Lee can answer first.
Okay, I'll answer first. And as a person who really focus on like building a database, building and processing the database, and like not really more on the utilization section of the work, this is a good question that I always need to like think about. But for now, I can answer in this way. So the purpose of analysis of functional rural areas or central place would be that this should be the unit of area for policy implementation, and maybe like in terms of central places, these areas are where we really need to focus our policy efforts on, such as providing like basic infrastructure or providing transport services between those like central places or like to and from the central places. And also in terms of your question on using the need for using mobility big data, and that is, as I mentioned in the presentation, it is possible to analyze the mobility patterns, the actual mobility patterns and behaviors, which is different from just using the population matrix. So this would be my answer.
Do you have any other thing to add, Claudia?
In terms of examples, actually over lunch we were discussing whether the population places, places facing the population trends, which are stable in time and very consistent in terms of the magnitude of the phenomenon, whether they should be supported, so to counteract this the direction of this change, or whether we should accompany them in this the population process and try to think about alternative territorial structures. In either case, you have people living in a place which are in need of services, such as educational institutions or hospitals and so on and so forth. So in either case, you need to understand where people live and what are their needs. And in this sense, identifying functional rural areas can give an additional instruments to follow how these different dynamics unfold on the territories without being bound to the administrative delineations, which are obviously important in the implementation phase, but maybe can enter into the discussion just at a later stage. So before, we need to understand what's happening, and then we will find a way to then define the policies in the most appropriate way.
Thank you for answers. And do you have any other questions? No.
Can I just have a very, it might sound very foolish, but not coming from a very geospatial base, I did my research on water policy. So I'm coming from very nowhere and probably not very related to what's been discussed today. I'm very curious about the term central place and rural areas, functional, all these. I have a friend who's been living in a rural, according to your definition, Claudia. I don't know how relevant this is. He's living far away from Sejong, but the recent phenomena he's been experiencing is that the house has been abandoned, and it's completely, so there is technically no one living in this very small village. And I would clarify this as a rural, unfunctional area. And this is happening a lot in many places in Korea by regions. I'm not sure how common this is in European stage, where many parts of European countries also facing this kind of issue, that the country, especially rural areas, been aged. And many, those people applicable to labor intensive age has actually left their hometown and centrated in a city like Seoul. Is this a common phenomena that we can identify as well? And perhaps it might be related to what you mean by rural functional area.
Actually, unfortunately, this is becoming a more and more common phenomenon. So it's not exclusive of Korea. And we have at the OECD, we are actually collaborating also with the European Commission on different projects that are trying to investigate and to define the population trends in a way that we can pinpoint areas, whether they are regions or more local contexts, where we find a declining trends that is again persistent over time and consistent in terms of magnitude. And I can speak for my own country. In Italy, we do have a lot of these, I don't know how to call them, but pockets of villages or local communities which are actually no longer a community, because you have really very, very few people, and maybe only the older population living still there. So places that you would argue have no future. And there have been attempts to reverse this mechanism, so imposing or kind of proposing incentives to attract people. And again, in the Italian case, the results have been quite disappointing, I would say. So you may have fortunate cases, but those are very, very rare. So my experience, at least in Italy, is that if a place is affected by this type of phenomenon, is almost irreversible, at least considering the time frame that we have, that we are experiencing. Then, of course, in many more decades, things may change, but that's another question.
Okay, then is there okay, Professor Kim?
Was a series of great presentations. I really thanks the speakers also who organized all this. I'm pretty sure I'm going to say this again at the end, but I just couldn't stop complimenting. I really enjoyed it. I have a comment or question to Claudia, and I also have a question to all speakers. What was really impressive about your work and uniqueness is that you consider some of the service area, like education and medical services, right? Am I correct on that? Yeah, but because I'm also working on rural areas in Korea that we're losing that kind of services. So I guess our situation is more dynamic. I think Europe is relatively age earlier, it's kind of established, so it's stable. But in our case, we're losing population quite rapidly, and so I was thinking whether that's because I really like your idea and scheme. So I was thinking about whether that's applicable to South Korea as well. But if the shrinking number of schools and pediatricians and other hospitals are radical, then your model could be very dynamic. That was my impression. So it isn't a question, but you feel free to add on if you want. But that's what I felt. And the second will be the question to all of you. That like most of you saw my presentation earlier, and since I worked on the population projections based on residential population, not this floating, moving, or near real-time population. So in my research, it was more than enough to have just define two types of movement, like commute versus migration. You know what I'm saying? 출퇴근 and 이사. But here, as I see more data sets, different kind of central, very functional rural, a lot of big mobility. So for me, it would be great if three of you can somehow educate me how you differentiate and categorize type of movements other than commute and migrate. I saw travel. I know mobile is used many different ways. But it would be great if I have some lists so that I can also teach students as if that's my knowledge. Yeah, that would be it. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. It was amazing.
I think Dr. Jong Lee is the best to address the second question.
Well, actually, you mentioned maybe that would relate to the trip purposes. But currently, there is a limitation in terms of using mobile phone data, and currently we are like differentiating trips into like so basically we are classifying the type of stay points. So where these people like spent more than a certain amount of time into like home and workplace and school and other. So we are not really actually like going like more like deep into like other different purposes such as like tourism or like shopping or things like that. So that's actually an area that we need to like go into in more detail. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Look forward to your future reports.
Maybe Dr. Youngmin Lee can add about another types of the travel information.
Commuting pattern is important from compact and network strategy perspective, but for our research, it was difficult to get the micro level commuting data. So we used data from the credit bureau called the Korea Credit Bureau, KCB. So we call it quasi-commuting linkage data because it's the home and work address. So we estimate it actually people usually from home to work commute every day. So we used it for the commuting OD data, but it would be better if there is some real commuting data. Yes.
Thank you. Quasi-commute. Great.
Okay, I mean, before addressing the first question by Professor Kim, yeah, I also have a question to all, and it is about using mobile phone data to understand some population decline or rural areas. We have been using such big data for a few years, but as the time goes by, I sometimes very frustrated with that. We cannot really validating the analysis result. So I often feel like we need some qualitative approach to better use this kind of data, especially for rural areas. As Professor Kim pointed out, Korea's rural areas change very quickly, so we lose facilities, we lose population, and they have almost older people mostly. They don't use mobile phone like as we think. So we often think, is this a good approach, even though we prefer to use such good resource of big data. So since you have all experiences with those data to, from processing to apply, and what do you think about better using mobile data to understand population decline or rural areas, or how we can supplement using those data with different methods? What do you have any suggestions? It's all open to all of participants here. Yeah.
So I start. Yes, you're absolutely right. Mobile phone data, well, we keep calling it an innovative source of data, which in a sense it is, but it has been around since a while now. And I think this is a sign of all the inherent difficulties in using this type of data source. It has to do with many different considerations. From how to actually get hold of this data in a way that is sustainable over time, especially if you are a national statistical office or a research institute. You probably, I mean, of course, you start from maybe a case study and some more exploratory activities, but then you would like to propose a methodology that can be replicated and can be used for monitoring, for instance. Plus all the difficulties that we have to face when actually working with the data and cleaning it, harmonizing it, and so on and so forth. And I think we can go only up to a certain point. As you said, maybe older people, they're not using their mobile phone data, or they don't have a mobile phone data as we think they have or they use. So there is a certain point where also these type of data sources are not providing all the answers that we are looking for. And that's why I think it's really key as a general approach to always think about an integration of different data sources. I think nowadays surveys or other types of data collection efforts are becoming less popular because they are expensive and the institutions that have to carry them out maybe have less available resources, and therefore they're looking also because of this at alternative data sources. But I don't think we can from one day to the next immediately switch from one approach to another one. So I really see as as an opportunity to advance the integration of data that is coming from different sources, including surveys, especially for these special or peculiar cases. And if I may go back to the point that was raised about services, just to clarify that we take a neutral stand. So when we look at the different approaches or different methodologies that can be used to identify functional areas, especially in rural context, what we're trying to do is really to assess pros and cons of each of these approaches. And what you referred at before is actually a work that was specifically developed by France. Actually, now they are reconsidering it, so I think they are sharing your thoughts, actually, even if the geographical context is different. But all your observations are obviously valid, and there are many more challenges connected to the use of points of interest or location of services as a guiding rationale to identify functional rural areas. I think in a way we have to look at them, but to base the definition of functional areas solely on this type of information, I think it may not be the best approach. But let's see at the end of the project what will come out. Thank you.
Are there anyone else to add? Maybe we have 1 or 2 minutes. So then here we will wrap up the second session. So we will take some coffee break, and then we will return around 3:25. Yeah, thank you for
Welcome back to our final time, session 3, under the title of Mobility Data and Their Policy Uses. Thank you for your patience, Dr. Johan Zhang. He's going to present his research on suggesting new highway routes using T-map navigation data. Please welcome Dr. Zhang.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss about this topic. It's been a long day. Yeah. This research was conducted with some of my outstanding colleagues until last year, and it was funded research by Korea Express Corporation, which is one of the leading public institution in South Korea for the road sector. I apologize in advance because I wanted to expose everything about this research for this session, but some of the very confidential information was limited in this area, so I have to stick to some of the published paper out of the research. So these are published paper in last year in Eastern Asia Transportation Society, and majority of this component was based on the publication papers. Okay, one quick question that we bring up my head was what kind of functional classification of the road for determine about the road usage. There are lots of functions in terms of their usage of the road. So in South Korea, which is a relatively very small country, has a lot of functional classifications spanning from south to east and north to east, north to south. Yeah. Lots of components with this road, and those road is defined of two main themes, which is accessibility and mobility. So higher accessibility require very lower speed, and huge. I mean, the more mobility require higher speed. Then we can triangulate. I mean, but we have to find the kind of balance between the two terms for defined road classification. In traditional approach for the road planning is very complex because it requires tremendous of time and the money, because the road itself has very unique information, unique characteristics, because once it's built, it requires a lot of money and significant effort to maintain. So the traditional approach, the road was prepared by a very strategic and a very old-fashioned technique, like a 4-step traffic modeling, traffic generation through the traffic assignment. The other side, urban planning should be aligned with the road planning as well, because urban planning serves the purpose of the road and the land use, and the transportation. Road planning is support their accessibility, and those things are should be communicate each other and align all the purpose with this is for their purpose. The road planning is now is receiving a lot of pressure and changes, undergoing changes for the paradigm shift. I would say those paradigm shift in 3 terms. First thing is road planning issues, and second with ICT, IoT paradigms, and the third will be mobility big data. For the first term for road planning issues is like our travel pattern has changed a lot, because in previous our knowledge, our experience, our route decision was purely based on our knowledge and experience. But now we are using navigation app in South Korea, and we are relying on the information. So those changes push to road planning should be changed in many aspects. Also, ICT and IoT things are changed a lot in terms of data and their application as well. Lastly, mobility big data, as we discussed whole day, their GPS and navigation record is huge, inform a lot of information for their traveler information and travel information and the region characteristic as well. And thanks for the AI thing, we are entering a new era for the road planning with big data and AI. The purpose of this research is offering a new framework for evaluating functional classification of road. And the main focus of this research was find the best solution. I mean, not the solution for the best suggestion option for policy recommendation for the highway, arterial, and road management. So the data was used for this research was TMAP data set. Is originally came from the SK Telecom, which is one of the largest mobile carrier in South Korea. For those who are not familiar with the TMAP SKT, those things, the SKT is mobile company, and the SKT share hold almost 50% of market share in those areas. So it's nearly very big data and a very high population of data set. This is a general description of the data set, TMAP data set. We had just 14 days of data set. The data has two seasonal characteristics. The first thing is summer season, July through the August for 7 days in a row. And the second seasonal factor is, seasonal term is October in fall. So with those 14 days data, we have entire driver information and their trajectories. The coverage of data ranges, sorry for the typo, 15 to 20% of the whole usage of the road. The data include origin destination, of course, and their link approximately 1 kilometer interval. And the second will be vehicle type, of course, and speed information for the every second in time interval. For distance, of course, time, of course, and trip purpose based on the land use pattern for their drivers. So right side of just quick snapshot of the 1 day origin and destination TMAP data. This is one example of our findings and research had done. Of course, we try to explore all the information and try to support the decision making for the road planning. But in the beginning, we had to dig inside of the data because data was originally driven by this analysis, because the data was initially for the information for the travelers. So we have to extract all the relevant information from each trajectory in every time and spatial interval. So left side is quick one example of intersection. This intersection is has very undergone a lot of traffic jam, for example. So when we pile up those traffic on the Google map, for example, the blue one is representative of arterial and the red one is highway. So obviously this route is functionally this route has a different usage than we expected when we planned. So does this arterial functionally arterial or highway? In the figure we can say this arterial more on highway than the arterial, the vice versa. So the right side is we capture one intersection and extract all their origin and destination and see how their traffic pattern is different. So one intersection, one segment of the road, and the arterial side, this arterial used by this kind of OD pattern. The highway side, this OD pattern consumed this road intersection in highway. This is a factor of evaluation. We extract all the information and we trying to come up with those idea and try to draw out very insightful information out of the data set. But I apologize, this size is not a fun size to looking at understand those information, but the mainstream is that we extract all the information, including traffic volume and the vehicle type and the distance traveled for each travelers and origin and destination, of course. But we split those information into the more details, like how much long distance traveler it has for each each road section, and how each interval, I mean road sector, has different distribution of the travelers, and how does some of the road intersection has road segment, has what kind of internal traffic ratio or inter-regional traffic ratio, those things. So we extract all the information out of those data set. The next thing is we collect all the information. That is okay, but the decision-making process is too many. So what we did was we tried to one machine learning approach for classify what kind of road intersection, the road segment is used for mainly our purpose or not for our purpose. So we clustered all the factors and with some multi-dimensional data reduction process. Then we come up with some of the main clustered characteristics out of those factors. So this is one findings of microscopic analysis K-means clustering thing is the longer distance ratio, of course, average vehicle distance, those things are higher traffic, long distance ratio thing is should be is under the cluster set of the highway. But the sum of arterial is belonging those highway usage, but the this road section is usually currently using for arterial. Then we can say this arterial should be reconsidered as rebuild of the highway or expanded their road construction, those things. The right side of figure represent of the, our concept. So we clustered all the information and then say what kind of cluster is represented more on highway, what kind of cluster represent more on arterial side. So each cluster, I mean each point, each row section belonging inside of the cluster, that is no problem. But some of the road identification information is placed somewhere here, margin area of the cluster, or the other side of the function. So in this case, we have to come up with those section, and we have to say this this sector should be reconsidered of its functional classification of the road, and we have to do something with this classification. That's the reason why we have to, I mean, that's the reason why I could not show everything about the research output, because this research output is highly correlated with land investment. So some of need more, you have more money, and if you need more chance to investment, call me. I can let you know about the future plan. For the wrapping up this conversation, this study offered a framework for evaluating functional classification of the road and trying to exploring new expressway using microscaled mobile data. For even though this was conducted with almost 1.5 years with my colleague, but the convince to client was really tough, because there was K-means clustering machine learning thing, but they do not believe machine learning that much. So we, during the 1.5 years, we tried to convince and say that again about the good use of the machine learning, and then finally we find a very negotiation point in the K-means anyway. But except for the K-means, we can try the other cluster method like a TSNE, UMAP, deep clustering, then other method as well. And another thing is that the data is only 14 days. But if we can expand more days, seasonal characteristic, then we can find another insight out of the data set. So, am I too fast? Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Thank you. I will definitely keep your contact point for future development for my personal asset. Thank you. Okay, next presenter would be Professor Yoshihide Sekimoto from the University of Tokyo. He's apparently working for the Center for Spatial Information Sciences, CSIS. Okay, Professor, if you're ready, over to you.
Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, let me start my presentation. And today I'm very glad and honored to have my talk in a KRIHS and OECD seminars about the Shared People Flow project. So anyway, I'm Yoshihide Sekimoto, as a director and professor, Center for Spatial Information Science, University of Tokyo. Okay, let me start my presentation. So of course, audience already recognize the importance of the human mobility data, of course. But how to say, real GPS data or other mobile phone data is very precious for, of course, policy making or some other objectives. But of course, in many cases, this kind of mobile phone data is usually very expensive. Right. So of course, in that sense, in many cases, local governments have some difficulties to purchase the data itself. And for of course, traditional survey data is very important. But of course, very big cities can handle the survey data, but other middle or small local government are how to say, cannot conduct this kind of the survey-based, questionnaire-based survey about the transportation in many cases. So that is why I started People Flow project in CSIS since the year 2008. Actually we collected the existing person trip survey data, questionnaire-based survey data from the national government or local governments for over 15 years. And we processed the original person trip data as a well granular spatial temporal data set with one minute's interval, like GPS data or something like that. So over 15 years, we have maybe 300 or 400 collaborative research projects with many researchers who used our people flow data in Japan or overseas. JICA supported the person trip survey data in developing countries. But as I mentioned before, of course we parallelly conducted the joint research with commercial company, telecommunication company using a real mobile phone GPS data or the CDR data. but yeah, the price is always high. So in that sense, we started to develop the synthetic based human mobility data all over Japan. Yeah, because the person trip survey data is limited in yeah, middle big urban metropolitan area. So in that sense, we wanted to cover even the rural area. So yeah, we decided to develop. So of course, the number of the population in Japan is now 130 million or something like that. Yeah, of course, but next 100 years, the number of the population will be half. But yeah, at this moment, 130 millions. So yeah, of course, this is the results of the synthetic human mobility data at this moment. And yeah, already started to provide the synthetic human mobility data to any researcher who want to use for this 2 years. But yeah, of course, generation process is very important and should be clarified for any users. But this is very typical generation pattern from the household estimation data using a national household survey with individual buildings. Yeah, we assigned the activity daily activity individual like this, and then after deciding the daily plan, yeah, we decide the actual location depending on activities. So yeah, of course, select from the location candidates depending on the activity. Once we can decide the location, transportation mode, we decided based on the shortest route. So after that, of course, we can interpolate spatial temporal trajectory for individual trip, right? So yeah, we can show the people data set here. But this is not all, how to say, all the dates in the year. So yeah, this is just one typical one day behavior of the person, right? So this is not yearly everyday data, right? Like 360 days. But yeah, this is just a typical one weekday behavior here. So yeah, this is just a visualization is in the typical very big metropolitan area like Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Fukuoka are here. Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Fukuoka. But this is just a confirmation. Macro people movement is not wrong, right? So in that sense, accuracy evaluation is very, very important. So but at this moment we just estimate base aggregated the number of the person, like 1 kilometer mesh or 500 meters mesh here. So, and that is the time, one hour's transition of the coefficients here. So in the daytime, the coefficient is a little bit lower than the night or morning. Because the movement is a little bit complex between the days. And then, of course, we should clarify of the index. Because the mesh-based aggregated evaluation index is not enough. Now we are preparing the kind of link-based hourly correlation values or average of the origin and destination trip lengths, or some other ratio of the transport mode or something like that. In that sense, should people data should be evaluated by the several, maybe 5 or 10 variation index in the near futures. Now we are developing. Here. But at this moment, 2 years passed since we started the provide data. So of course, at this moment, around approximate 70 researchers, at this moment. But of course, application development is also important. Should be better, because the of course our laboratory is pursuing the kind of development of the urban digital twin. So in that sense, mobility digital twin is very important. And of course, digital twin means not only digitalization of the real world, but also the simulation. Policy simulation is also very important. In that sense, simulation function should be also developed using should P flow data. So in that sense, I'm sorry, this is just Japanese language, but this is the case of the on-demand bus simulations depending on the timetable or newly built bus route or something like that. So this is the input parameter windows. So once we select and type of the bus, what we want to add, finally we can show the number of estimation for additional bus or something like that here. So this is the actual simulation of the community bus in one town in Kobe cities here. So actually current community bus route is here, this black route. But now Kobe local government actually want to increase the number of the bus itself. But they don't have the evidence if they increase the number of the bus, how to say, additional users will be increasing or not. So in that sense, of course, if we prepare the should P flow like red point, these red point or something like that, we can estimate the number of the users who choose the community bus here, from the simulation models. So in that case, in this area, the number of the living persons are 28,000, and the number of the trips in one day is 60,000. But how to say? We estimated the number of the user using this bus route is 144 from our simulation models. But actually the number of the current user is 100. So not so big gap. So now in that sense we are how to say, adjusting the simulation parameter itself for the estimation of the community bus users now. And also the other type of the digital twin is the number of the visitors for the event here. So this is one local how to say, street shops areas near Sangenjaya near the Shibuya in Tokyo. So of course they have regularly several types of the event, but they want to try to change the parameter of the event to have optimization of the event, like starting times or type of the event or the number of the participating shops or the ratio of the participating shops or something like that. So once we choose some parameters, we can get the ratio of increasing or decreasing the event now. But of course the accuracy is estimation accuracy is very important. So we are adjusting the parameter now. So anyway, as I mentioned before, should P flow data, accuracy itself is very important. So we are updating for every half year hertz or something like that, and providing through the web API or something like that now. So for example, if we pick up, and now we already released the version 2. So for choosing the destination places, we preparing the destination candidates depending on the activity types. So we have the POI data for 12 million places or something like that using private data. So in that sense, we can estimate the appropriate destination places depending on the POI attribute data. this means here from the older versions here. And for transportation selection mode, also we updated the how to say public transport selection combining with the public bus or train timetable information itself, and here. So this is a general types of the should be flow, but apart from this generation types, we are also pursuing the kind of generative AI-based should be flow data. Because as you already noticed, the large language model is very popular and have some accuracies for estimating various things. So in that sense, we also trying to apply the LLM model using a past person trip survey questionnaire data here. So at this moment, the accuracy is not enough for practical use. So of course we are improving, but in the near future we may have some possibility to apply the this generative approach based should be flow data for future versions. but I'm not sure at this moment. And then of course as you already know, the stable diffusion or some other generative AI, so we can insert some control parameter called as prompt here. So of course, depending on the number of the prompt or conditions, of course, the number of prediction will be changing. So of course, we are trying to verify depending on the number of the prompt or conditions to higher accuracy prediction of the people flow itself here. And then of course should people flow dataset is very basis of our activity, but of course some practitioners requires very high accuracy dataset depending on the day, right? So in that sense, real GPS data or some other mobile phone CDR data can be combined or should be combined in the should be flow data. So in that sense, now we are also trying to apply the few shot learning by the actual mobile phone GPS data or something like that for higher estimation of the people flow itself now. And then of course these kind of not only the daily changing but also non-daily movement such as the disaster activities or the kind of the rainy days movements or something like that are not of course implemented. So these kind of non-routine patterns should be implemented implemented or developed in the near futures. But anyway, final goal is the mobility digital twin using should be flow data for sensitivity analysis before and after the some policy patterns. Yes. Okay. Anyway, this is all from my side. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sekimoto, for your excellent presentation. We would look forward to seeing your excellent research to be contributed to the policy implementation in the future. Okay, the final presenter today for session 3 would be Dr. Louis Dijkstra. He is the leader of Urban and Territorial Analysis Team of European Commission Joint Research Center. Thank you for waiting, Dr. Louis. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me share my presentation. I would also like to thank the two previous presenters for two fascinating and highly detailed presentation of their very interesting presentation of very detailed work. And this is a long way of saying that my work here is what do you do in the absence of such detailed data? And so I would like to talk you through a little bit what is a functional rural area and how can we validate those with mobile and other types of data. So we have created a draft methodology, and you can see the working paper here of functional rural areas in the EU, but we've also been applying this to other countries in the OECD and even globally. They were inspired by market towns. Market towns are smaller towns in the countryside that offer a variety of public and private services. So you'll find a post office, a grocery store, a bank, a school, and a doctor, and whatnot. And it's not obviously just for the residents of that town, but especially it's also for the wider community. And that's why they have more services per capita than you would otherwise expect. These towns also serve as a little bit of a community center. They typically have a weekly market, a cafe, a restaurant, or even a cultural center. There obviously is some employment in that town, but it's not a major commuting destination. It's not a large employment center. Employment in these areas is assumed to be more dispersed and less nodal, less focused. We have like 5 very simple rules. Each functional rural area has to contain at least one village or town. We create these outside the functional urban areas, so all the cities are guaranteed to be in a functional urban area, and so the functional rural areas are created around villages or towns. They should contain at least 25,000 inhabitants, except if the closest town or village is more than an hour's drive away. And that's why we don't combine functional rural areas that are more than 60 minutes driving apart, but we combine all the ones that are less than half an hour apart, because we assume they share some of the services for that area. And we make sure that we have a full territorial coverage through the FUAs and the FRAs, the functional rural areas and the functional urban areas. So what's the process? We start by selecting rural centers, so the biggest town or village in a 10-minute drive. We could also work with bigger buffers, but the benefit of working with small buffers is that it's like we create a lot of little grapes with a little pip in the center, and then we can combine them to reach the minimum size threshold without risking of cutting through a town or village when we're doing that. So the pip is always in the center. We use a bit of gravity to create a catchment area. So bigger towns have bigger catchment areas and smaller towns have smaller ones. And then we start combining them to make sure that none of them are too small or too close to really remain separate. And then we can translate those. This is all done at the 1 kilometer grid. So I was excited to see that the 1 kilometer mobility data in the previous presentation was considered to be very accurate at the 1 kilometer level. So that was great news. So we translate our functional rural areas, or our FRAs, into frags. Well, the frags are at the grid level, and then we translate them into the FRAs at the LAO level. This is Eurostat jargon for local administrative units, or municipalities, if you will. This is a little simple visualization to kind of take you through the process, and after explaining it, I'll go into the validation. So here we're kind of southeast from Paris. Paris in the top left corner, and we take all the settlements as defined by the degree of urbanization. You see them here in red. Then we select the local centers, i.e. the biggest settlement in a 10-minute drive. And so the green bigger squares are these local centers, and these red ones are within a 10-minute drive of a bigger settlement. Then we cut out the functional urban areas. As I mentioned, this is purely for the majority of the territory outside the functional urban areas. And then we create catchment areas using gravity. So the larger the settlement, the larger the catchment area is. And so here now we have our building blocks, our grapes, if you will, from which we will start to create the functional rural areas. The first thing we do is we look at settlement pairs of these catchment areas that are very close, so less than a half hour apart, or the ones that have a population of less than 25,000 and are less than an hour apart. Travel times are measured between the centers, the local centers used to create these catchment areas. So here on the map on the right, you see 3 pairs identified as either very close, or one being too small and the other one not too far. And then we combine them. And this is an iterative approach. We recalculate size, we recalculate travel time. For the combined catchment areas, we take the average travel time between the centers to the new centers, and we keep doing that until we have catchment areas, or functional rural areas, that comply with all the rules I just explained. So there are no more contiguous catchment areas that are less than 30 minutes apart driving time between their rural centers, and contiguous pairs within 60 minutes of each other. None of them have less than 25,000 inhabitants. So as you can see, if you look quickly from the start here, we had very many small ones. We had enclaves, little islands into bigger areas, but they all disappear, and you end up with more rounder, more compact areas that you would expect to work better as a functional area. You don't get funny shapes, you don't have islands, you get more rounder units. So then the next step, this is all done at the kilometer grid, but of course a lot of data and a lot of policy happens not at the grid, but at the administrative level. So we take our grid-based functional rural areas, our frags, and we turn them into FRAs, into those administrative units. The benefit of these is that they are much more harmonized than the municipalities are to start with. In Europe, we have a lot of diversity of municipality sizes. They are notoriously small in France, which is like 30,000 of them. But for example, in Sweden, they're quite big. So in the bottom right here, you can see a little distribution plot of the sizes of the rural LAOs. On top, municipalities, the FRAs, and then the non-metropolitan NUTS 3 regions. And you can really see that for the FRAs, we get a much more compact distribution than you would, for example, at a NUTS 3 level, but also relative to size, they are much less varied than the LAOs. So, having tried to explain the method briefly, let's talk about validation questions. So, The goal here, and this was really, there was a strong policy demand for this, that we wanted functional rural areas. This was coming both from, say, the OECD, but also from the European Union as part of the long-term vision for rural areas, to get something that really can be used to understand rural areas in a better way, because analyzing individual municipalities was not useful and nuts 3s were too big. So they wanted something that captures a lot of the functions. So in a way, what we're trying to do is create rural daily systems. And what is a characteristic of a daily system? Well, that it should be self-contained for daily trips. So that's something that it was, the functional rural areas were designed to be highly self-contained, but obviously with this very simple and transparent method, we cannot guarantee that they are. So we want to verify that indeed daily trips typically start and end within the same system. We want to check if rural centers have more services compared to smaller and nearby settlements. We want to check if functional areas have a wide variety of services, so that indeed they can provide most of the daily needs. We want to check if indeed their employment center role is not as important as I hypothesized at the start. And we also want to check commuting patterns. We didn't want to work with commuting patterns for functional rural areas because we assumed that they would be relatively weak, i.e. the relative flow across borders would be much lower than in an functional urban area, and that they would be less focused on a specific location. So let me talk a little bit about what we would need and what the exact question is. So for these functional rural areas, they were created to be able to provide all the daily services. We don't design them to guarantee that they do so. And this is a deliberate goal. So I want to highlight that this is a feature, not a bug. Some of our functional rural areas will not be self-contained, not because the method is wrong, but because the method was designed to identify functional rural areas that may lack certain services. And so, let's take an example. If you make sure that all your functional rural areas contain a school, well, then you can't identify areas where a school is lacking. So we really think it's okay if some of the functional rural areas lack certain services and as a result are not fully self-contained for daily trips. But nevertheless, we do want to make sure that most of them are highly self-contained, and our expectation is that they will be. So the two key questions here: do most commuting trips start and stop within a single functional rural area? This is an empirical question, so we'll check. And then we also want to check the non-commuting trips. Now, this is going to be more challenging as a data collection, but we also want to see if they start and stop in the single functional rural area. Here, we're going to look not at all trips. If you're going on a long weekend trip or a long vacation, it's fine if that doesn't start and stop there. But regular trips, be they to school, to the grocery store, to your friends nearby, sports, these type of trips. So how do we do that? Well, we can get commuting trips at the low level from the census for quite a few countries, so that's positive. We're also negotiating now with a mobile telephone provider, with a company that has access to that kind of data and access to GPS data to see and understand mobility better. Because really, we need this at the grid level, and we need some kind of characterization of those trips. And then ideally, we can filter out the irregular trips, look at the regular trips, trying to split them between commuting and other trips, and then start looking how they relate to these boundaries that we've estimated. Do rural centers have more services? It's a simple question, right? But it's politically slightly sensitive, right? The key question here is if we compare the services in a rural center, i.e. the biggest town or village and these distance boundaries, do they have more services than smaller centers within that driving time buffer? we can do this for whatever service we have exhaustive and comprehensive data for. You see a list there. It's the typical list of services that are important. However, there are a few services where I hesitate a little bit. Secondary schools, some of the functional rural areas, especially those that are more remote, that won't even have a population of 25,000, you know, maybe it's not realistic to expect to find a secondary school there or a university. Hospitals, difficult to get really harmonized data on. But again, there's a lot of debate in Europe, at least, and in many places, hospital closures really often lead to very long political discussions. So people are worried about that on the impact of their quality of life. But so I think basic services, no issue. These more advanced services, we'll have to be very careful about which ones we think we can include. But we have done some work already on regional centers, and the paper is already out there. And here we took a driving time buffer of 45 minutes. And clearly, regional centers, the dark bars, dark blue bars, are far more likely to have certain services than the smaller settlements within that driving time buffer. So primary school, the difference is small. Retail, the difference is quite big. And the further to the right you go, the more specialized the service become. The only one where we don't find this relationship is a train station, a rail station. And there the logic is actually the opposite. Being closer to a larger settlement actually makes it more likely that you get a train station, because, you know, if you're a small town next to a big city, you might have a train station. If you're a small town in the middle of nowhere, you're not going to get a train station. So that one's actually the only one that follows the opposite logic, which I find interesting. But you can also see, for example, that the share of settlements with the university is incredibly small, if you take into account all the towns and villages as well, of course. But regional centers still slightly more likely, but the frequency means that most of them obviously will not have one. Then moving on, do most functional rural areas cover daily needs? That really is, you know, take a look at the daily needs, check if each functional rural area has them. Here on the right-hand side, you see the impact of this iterative grouping that I just demonstrated. And it really makes sure that a higher share of the functional rural areas has those services. So if you look at, for example, here we see examples from France, Spain, and Poland. On the bottom, you see all those iterations help to ensure that almost all functional rural areas have a secondary school. But when it comes to hospitals, even after the iterations, there's still quite a few that don't have one. Now, this might be due to missing data, but it also could be because certain countries have favored more centralization of hospitals than others. For example, in Sweden and the Netherlands, there's no ongoing centralization because research has shown that this tends to increase the quality of care, but also it increases the driving time to those hospitals, and that is generating some debate. The fourth validation questions, they're not employment centers. So, and they are important service centers. So we'll take a look at the share of services relative to the rest of the functional area. Is this higher than you expect based on the population? So if yes, clearly important service center. And then we want to check if they have a lower share of total employment than cities do in their functional urban areas. So here we would need an employment grid, 1 kilometer. Few countries have that, but far from all. But again, we can validate this in that way. And then the last validation question is commuting patterns in rural areas are weaker and less spatially focused. This is an ongoing discussion that we're having with people working on, say, labor market areas. They connect municipalities based on commuting flows, but some people are concerned that, you know, if you're connecting to areas because 0.5% of the employed population commutes there, that might not be significant enough of a flow to really justify that connection. And so we're going to check, is that flow really a lot lower? And also we're going to try and check the directionality. And, you know, is employment dispersed? Are commuting patterns going in different directions? And so try and understand whether this assumption also is valid. For that, we would need commuting data between municipalities or ideally grid cells, and also an employment grid could help us to see what the share of employed persons is in those rural centers and how, you know, how many of them commute there from another municipality, and is that lower compared to a functional urban area. Okay, wrapping up, we developed these functional rural areas in response to clear policy demand. We do think the methodology is simple and transparent, which in a political setting is quite valuable. We have a consultation ongoing. Are the distance thresholds, are the size thresholds the right ones? And we hope to publish the validation results of the 5 key questions next year. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lewis, for your excellent presentation. Surely we would discuss about your questions raised during your presentation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, especially those participants on Zoom. We are about to finish our session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Rüdiger Ren for chairing the Q&A session for now, about half an hour. So feel free to raise your questions or comments on Zoom chatting room for those who are joining online. Otherwise, the priority to respond to questions would be over to participants in this auditorium first. Over to you, Rüdiger.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'd start by congratulating the speakers for 3 excellent presentations. And would say that the floor is open. So are there anybody in the room or online who would have a question they would like to ask? To give you a bit of... Yep.
I have a question for Dr. Dijkstra. So I think your presentation is very interesting, and I was very surprised that the European territory have a classification for settlement, village, and so on. So I want to know, it's a very simple question, what is a settlement in European context, and why did you use 25,000 inhabitant criteria for defining the functional rural area?
Yeah, Lewis.
Right. Yeah, no, excellent question. The way we've defined settlements, I talk about cities, towns, and villages, we use the degree of urbanization. This is something that we developed together with the OECD, the World Bank, FAO, ILO, UN Habitat, to be able to compare urbanization across the globe. This was endorsed by the UN Statistical Commission in 2020, and we're helping a lot of developing countries apply that. They have to create a population grid based on their latest census, so this is something new, and we're trying to help them with that. I know COSTAT has already applied the degree of urbanization to a time series of population grids, which I think is very impressive. So the classification at the grid level and at the municipal level for cities, towns, and villages is available for Korea. On the question, 25,000. So this is already the second version of the methodology. We started out trying to mirror the functional urban areas. So a minimum functional urban area minimum population size is 50,000, because a city minimum population is 50,000. And then when we showed the results to rural stakeholders and various conferences, the consensus was more that 50,000 was a bit too big. It led to very wide areas, and in some areas, 25,000 was considered to be a more suitable threshold. So for functional urban areas, minimum population is 50,000, and then we opted for 25,000 whenever enough settlements are nearby. for the functional rural areas. Also, 25,000 is already quite sizable, and as you could see from the analysis, many of them have already a primary school, and most of them have a secondary school. So that was the feedback we got. And just for information, towns have a population between 5 and 50,000, and villages between 500 and 5,000. So it's pleasing symmetry there.
Thank you.
Thank you. So any other question from the public? If not, I have a question for Johan. I was wondering, in your analysis, what are the key functions that are important for arteries and for motorways? And when you showed the outliers, basically, I mean, what are the functions of these arteries and motorways in a way which are wrong, basically? So why are they outliers? I was wondering, basically, I mean, you're classifying arteries and motorways, and you're having different functions for them, basically. And I was wondering, what are the key functions, the most important functions that differentiate motorways and arteries, or there also maybe key functions that they may have both. And then you also showed outliers. And my question was, I mean, why are these outliers outliers? What are the functions that they don't have when they shouldn't have, or what are the functions that they should have and they don't have? So, I mean,
yeah, thank you for the question. For the key factor-wise, maybe if I recall correctly, the key function was the travel. We aggregate and we extract all the information based on the road section interval. So whatever we pick the road section, then we extract all the travelers' information, including their travel mile from their origin to till the road section. Those things are most important to factor that I can remember. Then the other one is traffic volume. Then was the second criteria that I said most important. The answer. For the outline, very tricky, because even though we do some kind of clustering method, but some of the hyperparameters was kind of out of our hand. So we treated some of the hyperparameters, including some of nearby neighborhood point and some other dimension control functions. But anyway, we tried to come up with highway and arterial. Both are evenly distributed with the functions in terms of the functions. But the some of outliers is kind of very interesting, because between the highway there is some arterial. I mean, the road section is fall into. Let's say there is 3 sections in a row. The middle of arterial is fall into the arterial sometimes. Those things are kind of outlier that I had in the clustering. The other thing is purely the road is not functionally not using for their original purpose. Those things are the purely the target thing that we have to investigate more on. So the outlier thing is we one by one, but most of them were case of, as I mentioned earlier, between the section of highway or side of those things. So there's things that we cannot do anything for those sections to be there. So, but the other section, the other I said second option, that was kind of investigation that we have to come up with. So interesting is those some outliers exactly, some cases exactly match with territorial road planning master plan. So let's say there's some corridor in south side in South Korea, was the corridor was had been focused on the re-innovation of the road or extend the road side and upgrade their function of the road from material thing. The outlier thing was sometimes they fall into those cluster into our target some corridors. So I wanted to show the result figure when I prepared the slide. As I said earlier, you know, the corridor nearby real estate was kind of very sensitive to show the outcome. That's the case that I experienced. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Johan. Any other questions from the floor?
I have a question to Dr. Lewis. Of the understanding of functional areas when I first heard from Claudia, but I think it's been very useful to hear your presentation. But it reminded me of the concept of sustainable development when it was first raised, I believe. So I guess this functional rural area, this term sounds to me very new. I don't know how well this could be applied to those places in the South who are still developing, and a lot of public and government efforts on urbanization and you know, rural development wise. How would you say this concept of functional rural area be contributing to this city or rural development in countries like, I don't know, still in those stage?
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Excellent question. When we first started to work on the degree of urbanization, we just had 3 classes. We had cities, towns and semi-dense areas, and rural areas. And it was actually because of the work of FAO insisting that the rural domain, which although it only captured, you know, between 20 and 30% of the population, and in most countries it covers, you know, 80 or 90% of total land, sufficiently differentiated. So they really wanted to be able to identify smaller settlements, which they felt was very important also for developing countries. And so they did experiments with Ethiopia or of other countries to come up with a method that would allow us to identify not just cities, but also towns and villages. And it works really well. We've now worked also with Kenya to apply this method to their latest population grid, and we're working with a lot of countries in developing a lot of statistical offices in developing countries to apply this method. Logic is primarily that these are very obvious locations for increased service provision. So if you want to make it for people to get healthcare, for example, if you're running a vaccination campaign, or if you want to locate a healthcare center, it makes a lot of sense to put this in a regional or a rural center, so the biggest town or village in a wider area. The method is also takes into account infrastructure and geography. So because it's based on travel time by road, if there's no road, you can't travel. If the road's very slow, you're not going to get very far. So in a situation where the roads don't allow for rapid travel, or there's a mountain range, the functional rural areas will follow those, and they will shrink if roads are slow, and they will grow when roads get improved. So it helps to take into account that aspect of the level of development. The key thing really was that for the functional areas, it was very useful to have that definition. This was also something that we developed together with the OECD more than a decade ago now. We could differentiate functional urban areas. You could have a capital one, large ones, you can have small ones. But then the areas outside functional urban areas didn't have any container, didn't have any logical set of boundaries. It was like a map with a couple of holes where the cities were, and then the rest was undifferentiated. And so now with the functional rural areas, we have a similar method, which is center-based, and you can characterize them, right? How big is that rural center? Is it a small town, a big town? Is it a village? How far is that place or that area from a nearby city? Is it close? Is it far? Is it remote? And all these differentiations kind of help you understand the place. It also is informative about the likely changes in those locations in terms of demography, but also economy. So I think in that sense, it provides a similar lens to rural areas as the functional urban areas provided for cities. So in that sense, I really hope that it allows us to come up with a more differentiated, more place-based, more place-specific policy, especially when it comes to access to services, healthcare, education, but also public transport and a range of private services as well. I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Louis. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thanks for great 3 presentations, and I have question to Professor Sekimoto. I was fascinated by Professor Sekimoto's presentation about the pseudo-human mobility data set, because in Korea right now, for the government, local government, by commercial human mobility data set is quite burden, and also to saving budget, it is quite necessary. And I understand that compared to the commercial GPS data mobility, not only the budget savings, but also ability to scenario analysis using the pseudo data set is quite great. And I have lots of questions about that, but due to time, I have a short 2 questions to Professor. So I wonder if you use the commercial GPS-based human mobility data along with the public trip survey to get the better data, like for example, to calibrate the routes or the destinations when training the agent model. So, and the second question is in the same vein, the first question. So I'm curious about the criteria for choosing a place when there are multiple options for a specific activities. For example, the one woman activity is go to shopping mall, and there will be lots of shopping malls around her. Then what criteria did you use to choose a specific locations? So from the first question, I wonder if you use the real human mobility data from GPS or other types of the big data, the commercial big data or the de facto data sets. Yeah, that's all my questions.
Thank you very much for your question. And the first question means the comparison of the mobile phone GPS data and public survey data.
I understood that you use the public survey data to establish the agent model, right?
Right. Yeah.
Then how to choose the route or locations? Did you use the commercial human mobility data to calibrate the result of agent model?
I see.
Yeah.
At this moment, we did not use the commercial-based GPS data for agent model using a machine learning models. Yeah, because this is because the if we use if we integrate the commercial-based GPS data in our models, it's very difficult to provide or distribute, right? Yeah, because this model includes part of the commercial data. So at this moment, in that sense, we did not use commercial GPS raw data, of course. Yeah, and then public person trip survey data includes the individual trip data. For example, in case of Tokyo metropolitan area, there are 1 million persons trip data, questionnaire survey data. So in that sense, this trip data includes how to say, departure time and arrival time and transportation mode and the destination place names for individual trips. So in that sense, destination selection can be run from the person trip survey data. But trip data does not include the trajectory itself in one trip. So in that sense, it's difficult to run the trajectory or route selection itself. Yeah, but in our should be flow generation processes for trajectories, yeah, we just use the kind of shortest route selection algorithms. Yeah, this moment.
So in that context, my second question's answer will be the people will choose the closest place to do that activity, right?
Yeah. Your second question is the choosing criteria for the actual destination places. So yeah, this question is very important even for us. So at this moment, how to say, we just decided depending on the distance from the original places and the how to say, floor area of the individual buildings in individual places. Yeah, using a building two-dimensional data set or something like that.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. And I am Bo-kyung Lee from KRIHS. I think I'm going to contact you for another many questions. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah. Next week, yeah, I'm going to visit physically. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
In the next week, yeah, let's try to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from the floor? Yes.
I have a question to Louis. Hi, Louis. This is Oh Kim from Korea University. Really enjoyed your presentation as always. My question is whether very minor. You mentioned about one of the rural services that has to be very careful about choosing is secondary schools and universities and hospitals. We also have similar issues in South Korea. And I was wondering why it has to be secondary school specifics. In other words, I mean, for information, how closing schools evolves in South Korea is that it actually starts with primary schools, right? And when there's a high school closed, that means that after a series of closure of middle school and elementary school. So I was wondering, is there any specific concepts you want to imply when you mention secondary schools or
it's possible that European situation might be very different from South Korea. That would be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, nice to see you again. Sorry, I'm not there in person. No, excellent point. We are looking also at the closing of primary schools, and this is also something that affects European rural areas in particular. We see quite a bit of reduction of population in many rural areas, especially in Eastern and Southern Europe. But the question of the secondary school is slightly different in the sense that depending on the school system, there is a lot of streaming or specialization already at the high school level, secondary school level. So, for example, in Belgium, you have 3 different levels or different types of secondary school. You have the university track, you have a more technical track, and then you have a job preparation track. So it essentially means that you need a much larger area for each of those 3 types, because students, are guided toward each of those tracks depending on the results in school. To take the other extreme, for example, in the US, everybody goes to the same high school, right? There's very little specialization already there, which makes it easier to keep high schools open in areas with low population density or falling demand. So because quite a few European countries have this specialization or the streaming of different students in different tracks, it means that they go to different schools, which makes it harder to keep secondary schools open than it does to keep primary schools open, because basically you need a larger student body. And as a result, that follows a slightly different path. I hope I answered your question.
Oh, that was perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Louis. I think we have time for one last question. So, well, okay, we could. 2 last questions then.
Okay. So, Professor Sekimoto, I have one question, and your presentation was very exciting for me because your idea of generative AI for data is kind of changing about how we should produce data in the future. So I just want to know some Japanese situation in Korea. We started to allow my data thing. So the private companies, they started to combine, for example, navigation data with credit card sales data. So then they started to sell data, so-called lifestyle data. So they have linked all the individual level data, and they show routes and where they go, what kind of items they shop, and where. Actually, we have some private companies that can do that right now. So I wonder if Japan has the similar situation, and also if so, maybe you can collaborate with private companies to better predict your daily activity patterns rather than just only using personal trip surveys. And can you share some information about the Japanese situation?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a very important point. So, of course, Japanese commercial company now starting to handle about these kind of the personal information about the payment or something like that. So, yeah, of course, I also hope to collaborate with them for in the future. But at this moment, not how to say. immediately it's very difficult to proceed that kind of situation. This is because the, how to say, for the payment data itself, it's still touchy and sensitive data. It serves in that sense. In the research field, we do not see the academic research specifically to use the payment data or something like that. Yeah, but of course, I have ever discussed with the possibility to use the payment data, such as the SoftBank or something like that. But at this moment, we do not realize the joint research using a payment data or something like that.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. My name is Eunsan Im from KRIHS. I would like to thank you all speakers with amazing worldwide presentation were very helpful for me. I would like to seek advice from all you. Europe, Japan, and Korea are all utilizing mobile big data for analysis, but the cost of using private big data have to pay a high and expensive fee. I have often the experience of finding it very difficult to request funding for purchasing big data from the Ministry of Finance. I wonder, do you all have a sufficient budget allocated for your project or research? Do you face challenges as well to me? I would appreciate if you could share your experience or wisdom in issue about the payment for big data.
Happy to start. Thank you for an excellent question. The cost of big data and mobile phone data is a real big one. And I wish I could say I had unlimited funds, but I definitely do not. We are now starting up a small project with one provider. We had to pool resources from 3 different projects to actually be able to afford that little project. It will be a one-off project. It will definitely not allow us to cover all of the EU. It will not allow us to produce annual data. So it's just a way of trying to understand relationships and hopefully, so one of the part of this project is the validation of the functional rural areas, but another one is trying to come up with a way of estimating daytime population grids, for example. But the goal of this exercise is to understand those relationships and then see whether we can simulate this or estimate daytime grids on a regular basis using open data, free data, and public data. And in that sense, I thought the presentation by Professor Sekimoto was extremely exciting because it really creates the potential to estimate not just a daytime population, but multiple intervals during the day. So my advice to you is, try and get a little bit of data for a reasonable amount of money, and then hopefully learn enough from that data to be able to start estimating your data that you need from that sample, so that you can keep that data alive and feed it with open data. Also, the estimates of building locations that we have done is also, again, using open data to make sure that we can update this regularly, right? And there is a big tension between having the data accessible for free, and this commercial data, which is extraordinarily expensive and for which the access is very far from guaranteed, and for which the price can change rapidly from one day to the next.
Thank you.
Yeah, Yoshida?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, your question is also very important, but how to say, this kind of big data handling is always complicated and difficult, and a big burden for a single local government. So in that sense, the kind of the collaboration is always very important. But how to say, one person from the local government mentioned, if they successfully relate with the smart city projects or the urban development project, it's much easier to have the budget of the big data itself. Yeah, because the amount of the urban development or the smart city itself is very big and much larger than the data development project itself. But of course, the sustainability is very important because the urban development or the smart city project is not stable project. So a 3 years limited project or something like that. So in that sense, the kind of legislation in the local government is essentially needed finally, but it will take long time to have a kind of agreement in the local government or national government or something like that. So that is why our academic side or the NPO side, always supporting, mainly from the technical aspects. That's all.
Thank you. Johan, you want to say something on that?
Probably you know everything about the story, right? So I prefer to say in person, in public side. Thank you.
Okay, then before I get to the closing, I just also wanted to say a word on the mobile data availability. It's also a big problem for us at the OECD. I have been, whenever I had the possibility over the last years, and there were policymakers in the room, have always been telling them, look, it would be really easy. All these mobile phone companies are regulated, going for tenders. You just need to put in a line that kind of like these data need to be made available to a statistical office and the government at a reasonable price or something like that, and the problem would be solved. Unfortunately, so far, that has not been heeded by anybody. So I'm still fighting my lost cause, but I'm still trying, basically. So with that, I get to the concluding remarks. I just wanted to thank everybody, wanted to thank, all the speakers, all the panelists, everybody here in the audience for excellent presentations, very smart questions, very good answers. I think that was a terrific workshop today. Very high level, really interesting. So thank you, everybody. And last but not least, wanted to also thank KRIHS. I wanted to thank Ming-Hwa for organizing everything, but also wanted to thank everybody who has been involved in the organization, because I know there's a lot of people who are sitting behind more or less behind the scenes, who have been absolutely instrumental in making the workshop the success and making it running so smoothly that it did today. So thank you very much to everybody. I think we can have a large round of applause for all of them.
Thank you, Rudiger, for your closing remarks. I would like to proclaim this is the end of today's program. Well done, everyone, and thank you for your attention and your participation for entire day today. We would like to, those who are joining on Zoom, you may leave, and those who are here today would stay and for the further network and for dinner, maybe, yes. I'm sorry for those who are joining far away that you are definitely invited, but I'm so sorry that you cannot be with us, but maybe next time. Bye-bye.